All right, guys, what's going on? Welcome to another free course. So this free course is going to be a full A to Z guide of how to start and scale your growth operating business in 2026. I've been doing this for 4 years, guys, and this is going to be everything from signing your first client to onboarding your first client, delivering results for them on an organic launch, scaling their offer with paid ads, everything in between. For the past 4 years, I've worked with dozens and dozens of the biggest personal brands in the space and generated well over 25 million for them. I think that number at this point is probably like 30 or 35 million. Here's a handful of them that I'm cool talking about publicly, but obviously we've worked with dozens and dozens of offers over the years. And this is what it's resulted to for me personally. Last month, took home a little over 140K, and that's net take-home profit. And in this video, I'm going to show you everything, whether you're an operator right now, or you're someone who's just looking into it, or maybe even you run an info product and you're watching this video because you might want to learn all the strategies that a growth operator would implement in your business. So either way, let's get right into it. So first of all, this is just going to be a little bit of a definition. What is growth operating? So if I'm being completely honest with you guys, I don't like the term growth operating. I don't really identify as a growth operator, but I know that the majority of people, this is a term that they're familiar with, so I'm just using it just for that reason. But what growth operating used to be when it kind of first was invented was you just grind perpetual outreach, you just spam DM like a million people. You find a creator with an organic following. You pitch them an insane rev share to build out a low ticket community for them. People were thinking that they were going to get 30 or 40% of someone's entire offer just for setting up a community for them. You hope and pray that they don't realize that setting up a low ticket community is basically no work and just milk the rev share as long as you can. Or if it doesn't work in the first place, you just rinse and repeat and make a little bit of money and eventually just burn out of this cycle. But what I do, and what I'll be teaching you guys in this video, is how to really build up your skill set first, maybe through a few smaller clients, work with creators who sell high ticket and run all their marketing and even help out on the operations side, help them scale with paid ads and build a long-term partnership, scale them to 6 or 7 figures a month and take a healthy rev share that you're both happy with and that they're happy to pay you long-term, and become an elite service provider and essentially like a fractional CMO and consultant. So yeah, guys, I'll ask you, which one do you think sounds better and which one sounds more lucrative long term? Before we get into anything else, I want to give you guys a brutally honest take on this business model. So anyone who tells you that growth operating or running an info product agency is this simple and easy business that anyone can do is lying. If you're highly competent or you already have some kind of relevant skill set, if you're a closer right now, or you're a setter right now, or you're a freelance copywriter, anything like that, this is definitely something that can work for you. The more familiarity you have with marketing or sales or the info product space, the better. And objectively, growth operating is a relatively high barrier to entry business model, but at the same time, it's relatively scalable. I know a good amount of people who make $500K to $1 million a year net take home profit if they're good. And I would say it's a really good intermediate and stepping stone business model. The way that I categorize it is the beginner business models are businesses that start to get harder to scale once you reach 10 to 15K a month. The intermediate business models are the ones that get harder to scale once you get to 6 figures a month in take home profit. And then the real long-term businesses are the ones that you can either sell at the end of the process or are just hyper scalable to the point where you can be taking home a few $1 million a year or more from the business. So you're likely to outgrow it and move on to bigger things within a few years. But I know for a fact, because I've seen it happen for myself, that the skill set that you develop when you're growth operating for multiple clients who are all running big businesses at the same time is super valuable and transferable. So now, 4 years in, or I guess coming up on 4 years, my background with direct response, operations, engineering growth for businesses, paid ads, all these different things, managing teams, all these things will 100% serve me later down the line. But I do not want to give you guys the impression that this is a business that everyone should be starting. I think really, like I said before, if you are an existing agency owner, a freelance copywriter, or some kind of freelance marketer, you're in the sales space, or you just have a lot of familiarity with the info product space, or you're just a very competent person, if you would just identify as a very competent person, I think this can work for you. But for the majority of people, this is not a side hustle. This is not something that you just pick up and make money with in your first 30 days. It's something that's more of a long-term thing, in my opinion. But with that being said, I know it sounds like I'm being a little bit pessimistic about the business, but if you can make it in this business, there are very few businesses that I know of, at least, that have this low of overhead, this high of an income ceiling with insane cash flow, like insane margins, and actually have longevity like this. And as long as people are selling high ticket products and services, I know I'll be able to make money. Now, look, I've talked to people who do growth operating or publishing or whatever you want to call it. And a lot of these guys, like, if you look back in hindsight, they would never have went back and started their own offer. Like, the longevity that you get with offer publishing or growth operating or being a fractional CMO or whatever you want to call it, like, the longevity is pretty crazy. And the skill set that you build is obviously super transferable, like I said. And the way I see it is, like, info is a higher velocity of money. Like, if you start your own personal brand, sell your own offer, it's a higher velocity of money over a shorter time span, but the majority of people, like, burn off of their offers within 18 months, 2 years, 3 years tops. So there's obviously pros and cons to both. Like, I would say, like, if you're in the position where you know a lot about content, you're good at, personal branding, and you could sell your own info, you'll probably make more money over the first, couple years than if you do something like operating. But I would say that this is a bit more sustainable. It focuses more on a skill set. And this is something that realistically you could do for 5 to 10 years if you wanted to. You might switch niches, you might go work with different kinds of companies, all that kind of stuff. But the whole, like, fractional CMO idea is kind of more of what I align with. Is, like, I work with software companies now. I've worked with, like, just random businesses that all just sell high ticket products or services. And it's the same skill set that I've refined in the info product space. And I'm going to talk about this more in this video, but what I would say is that when you develop your skill set in info is inherently a harder thing to sell. It's something that, evokes a lot of skepticism. It usually involves in people, like, tearing down a lot of their limiting beliefs. It usually involves them starting a business, which is obviously a big commitment. Like, it's a lot more, abstract and kind of multifaceted than, like, selling someone a car or something like that. Like, usually a car, I feel like, is a pretty, like, linear decision. But the point I'm trying to make is that if you become really good at info marketing, I think that selling, physical products or even becoming an affiliate or anything like that, it becomes very realistic once you've developed your skill set in info, which is the reason why, like, I think that it's still worth getting into. But I'd be lying to you if I said that I think it's for everyone or that it's, like, the easiest way to make money. I don't think that whatsoever. So let's talk about why most people don't make it. So when it comes to, like, everyone who tries to do growth operating, this is a statistic I pulled for MLB players. Now, I'm sure every single player who gets drafted in the MLB draft, they probably thought that they made it. Where if you look into this stat, less than 1% of them ever have a long 10-year plus major league career. So the point I'm trying to make is it's kind of the same thing with a lot of businesses, and growth operating is one of them, where it's easy to maybe sign a client or sign a couple clients or have a good month, sustain that over years and years. Like, at this point, I've had well over 50 done for you clients over the past few years. And that's not even including consulting or, like, any one-off bills or anything like that. But point being is I've worked with a lot of people, and if I'm just being honest, a lot of people who will try growth operating won't even get access to that many people. Like, it's just one of those things where it can definitely work if you're in the right situation, but like I keep saying, it's not for everyone. And the reason why is because your success potential in this business is completely dependent on 3 variables. 1, the clients you can sign. 2, how good you are at delivering them results. And 3, how much leverage you can build for yourself on the deal structure. So you basically need to nail all 3 of these to have, like, those home run rev shares. And really, you can't get around the skill set part, but you need to be able to do at least 2 of these to even sign decent clients. Like, you have to be really good at service delivery and work with really big names, or be really good at service delivery and, sign people on big rev shares. And the reason why most people try this and burn out and don't end up sticking with it long term is because most people end up working with lackluster clients that basically have 0 chance of actually blowing up. So it kind of kills the first one. They're terrible at delivering services, which is kind of like the root problem that's going to lead to all of the other problems down the line. And, they're working on small rev shares anyway. So it's like, even on the offhand chance that you did scale an offer that's doing $20K a month to, $500,000 a month or whatever, if you only have 5%, like, you're not really taking home a ton of money. So in this video, and I know I started off the video a bit, like, pessimistic, but again, it's just me being realistic and transparent. Like, I never want to, like, sell you guys a dream that, like, oh yeah, anyone can do this. Anyone can make $100K a month with it. I would say that, like I keep saying, if you're in the right scenario, this is one of the better opportunities you can pursue, in my opinion. But I'm going to show you how you can avoid all three of these pitfalls and how to actually position yourself to see major success with this business. Not to where you're just taking home 10 or 15 or 20K a month, like, once or twice, but to where you can pull in 20, 30, 40, 50, $100,000 a month, like consistently, and really have that confidence that your income is going to be stable. Because that's something that not a lot of people talk about when it comes to entrepreneurship. Is like, it's one thing to have a really good year or have a few really good months, but it's a whole nother conversation to think about, like, what are the odds I can sustain this year over year and keep growing? So I want to go a little bit further into the 3 pillars of success with this business. So like I said before, the clients you can sign, your ability to deliver the services and basically get them results, and the deal structure you can get. Ultimately, like, a lot of people obsess over outreach, and then they obsess over, like, the sales process. Like, what do I say on the sales call, and like all this stuff. And don't get me wrong, that stuff is important, but at the end of the day, the only way to see success in this business is by focusing on your service delivery primarily. Because if you're a really good service provider, you're going to retain the clients that you do have. They're probably going to introduce you to more people, so you're going to get referrals. It's going to be a lot easier for you to negotiate good deal structures when you know that you can deliver. And my point being is, like, it's one of those things where if you know you're bad at service delivery, you're going to always be doing all this other stuff to, like, compensate for that, and you're just going to burn through clients, and you're not going to make them a ton of money, so you're not going to make a ton on rev shares. The point I'm trying to make is, like, number 2 should always be your focus. So like I said, if you're a killer at service delivery, the other 2 variables kind of just fall into place. Anyone can sign massive rev shares with terrible clients, and it's not really going to make anything. And even if you're really good at outreach and you have, like, the secret outreach hack and whatever, your success is going to be short-lived if you can't actually deliver. So your focus should always be on acquiring new skills and just continuing to grow your skill set every single year. So this course is going to be an amazing step in the right direction, especially towards the later modules, because I'm going to go into everything. Like, the first, part of this will be, the growth operating side of things. But then after that, I'm going to talk in depth about everything you need to do when it comes to launching offers, positioning them the right way, getting them ready for paid ads, dialing in all the infrastructure, and then even scaling them with paid ads down the line. So like I said, this is literally my 4-year journey, or coming up on 4 years, in one video. So next thing I want to talk about on the topic of skill set is, how do you develop an elite skill set? So like I said, your skill set will be the biggest variable that controls your earning potential and longevity with this business. I'm going to run you through this entire process in depth throughout this course, but here's what you need to do in a nutshell. Step number 1 is to become fully competent on the organic side. So a lot of people just want to jump straight into paid ads, and they think that, like, oh yeah, if I just get good at ads, everything will be easy. But it's one of those things where it's like you're trying to learn how to run before you walk. So you want to become fully competent on the organic side. I call it click to close. So everything from the lead generation side of things to them basically being on the phone with the closer. So everything from writing VSLs, building landing pages, doing email marketing, running webinars, like all of the fundamental stuff that you would later run paid traffic to, it's best to understand that on an organic level first before you start adding the variable of paid ads into it. Next thing is, you want to learn how to transition into paid ASAP. So at this point, a lot of your offers will mainly be organic, even if they're not the biggest on organic. You want to basically figure out how to dial in the offer on the organic side and then how to supplement that with paid ads. So once you understand the click to close process on organic, you then want to start to understand the click to close process on paid and basically be able to do both well. Also, at the same time, like, something I would say is important, like, I'm not one of those people that will tell you to document your whole journey with content, because if I'm being honest, if I documented my whole journey, like back in 2021, 2022, I would have sounded like a buffoon. Like, I knew nothing compared to what I know now. And, people will make the argument both ways, like, oh, it'll be good to, like, see your come up and all that. And, like, maybe in hindsight, I do wish I did content a little earlier. But I would say at this stage, once you start to feel yourself becoming competent, you're stacking up nice case studies, you're getting into paid ads, and you're kind of taking, like, that next step on the learning curve, I would put a big focus on just creating informational content, building really good relationships with clients, etc. Stuff like that is going to, like, buy your longevity, because at the end of the day, the info product world is a really small world, and that's good and bad, because if people know you, people will send you referrals left and right. Like, I can't even tell you how many referrals I've gotten from current clients just because they liked working with me so much, even though I didn't have the biggest name in the space. And then step number 3 is going to be getting to the point where you don't rely on organic whatsoever besides getting off the ground. So we have offers now where like we literally don't care how much money we make off of organic. It doesn't matter. 80, 90, 95% of the revenue comes from paid ads. And obviously it's better to do both, but you want to be able to have the leverage to where you're not necessarily reliant on your clients continuing to put out content, and you can almost have the machine like spitting out money even without them, because that's something where it kind of buys you a lot of leverage, and it just makes you, a lot more valuable when you can quite literally just create new customers out of thin air without the creator even having to post anything. So in 2026, AI is going to make this a lot easier, but there's still a few key things that you have to understand. So I know that AI has kind of, become the biggest thing in a lot of the online business models. And don't get me wrong, like I use AI every single day. It's made my business so much more profitable. It's made me so much more efficient. But at the end of the day, I couldn't just start out today and have AI and get to the point where I'm at without some kind of guidance and some kind of strategy and direction. So one of the biggest selling points of getting into growth operating in 2026 is that it's like one of these AI assisted agencies where AI is going to be a big accelerator in your results. It's going to allow you to deliver better services. It's going to allow you to fill for more clients. It's going to allow you to be more profitable, like all this kind of stuff. And like I said, AI has made my business much more operationally effective, and it's allowed me to multiply my output, but it doesn't do everything. So like AI isn't going to understand things specific to the info space. It's not going to understand like, okay, what strategy should I be using to maximize my show rates for my webinars? What pre-call process should I be putting people through on a call funnel? Like all that kind of stuff, you're going to need to talk to an info marketer or, invest in some kind of mentorship or some kind of consulting or something, but you still need to be the strategist. That's kind of the way I see it, is like you're the orchestrator and AI is just kind of, doing a lot of the grunt work for you. But that's kind of just like the first thing is like AI is not really going to save you. It's just going to allow you to speed up what would have taken you a bit longer manually. The second thing to remember is that everyone at this point has access to these tools. And it's not a moat. What I would say is like a year ago or like 8 months ago even, like when people didn't really know about the tools very much, it was like a little bit of an edge, but it's like even then, most people don't really even know how to use them well enough to the point where it's actually better than a human doing it. But now at this point, like everyone knows about AI, everyone's using it in their business, so you can't just necessarily like expect to bring a lot of value to a client just because you know how to use AI. At this point, I would say it's kind of like a requirement that you know how to use AI for certain things. Last thing to mention is that, like, obviously this is a business that, focuses a lot on signing clients, retaining clients, client relationships, and AI isn't going to sign, manage, and build relationships with clients. And at the end of the day, this entire game really is a relationship game. Like I keep saying, the info space is so small. So that's another big thing is like you're running a service-based business where you have to be in constant communication with your clients. You have to be basically, aligning incentives with them, aligning goals with them, staying on the same page as them, like basically just catering to your clients. And it's like AI is not really going to do that for you. So like I keep saying, AI is an accelerator when you're already going down the right path. And once you go through this entire course, you're going to understand all the fundamentals, and AI is just going to help you speed up your results. So I'm going to see you guys in the next phase. All right, guys, welcome back to phase 2 of this growth operating free course. And in phase 2, we're going to be talking about signing and onboarding your first growth operating client. So I'm kind of excited to talk about this stuff just because I've never really put out biz op content before, like growth operating content. And a lot of this stuff I literally have never talked about before. It's just genuinely what I've been doing in my agency for the past 4 years. So I hope that you guys find this helpful, but at the end of the day, I've never really tested this on anyone, so I'm kind of like curious to see what you guys think of it. So be sure you guys leave comments down below. Like, tell me what was helpful, tell me what you think sucked, because I want to dial in this side of the content as much as I can for you guys. So getting into phase number 2, outreaching to find your first client. So look, I'm not going to lie to you guys and sit here and say that I'm an outreach expert. I'm not. I haven't done outreach in years because I have the privilege and I guess, the blessing of, people know who I am. I have a lot of warm referrals. I have a big network. I have, all kinds of stuff going on to the point where I have a lot of opportunities on my plate at this point. But what I would say is like, obviously outreach is not fun. You're going to get rejected left, right, and center. You're going to get rejected 99 times out of 100. Even the one time out of 100 that you might get a response, those people might not even get on a call with you, like whatever it might be. I'm not trying to like sugarcoat it. All I'm going to say is that this is where 90 or 95% of people quit. So if you can make it through this, you already put yourself in a pretty good position to succeed, because at the end of the day, if 100 people try to do growth operating, 90% of them give up here. So you're already top 10 basically if you can just get through this. So I'll give you general pointers from what I've seen. So the goal of outreach is to offer a service that's going to be profitable for the potential client. And I know that, that sounds like super brain dead obvious, but you just have to remember that like at the end of the day, you shouldn't feel like a nuisance, because as long as you're decent at what you do, and even if you have never had a client before and you don't really know that you're decent, like going through a full course like this, it's going to get you pretty competent. But either way, you don't want to like go into it with like the intention that you're a nuisance to them and that you're bothering them. Like really, I've literally said this to people on a sales call. I'm like, bro, why am I begging you to like try and help you make more money and just take a little piece of it? Because that's like literally what it is. Like if I'm working with someone who's making $150K a month and I know exactly what to do to get them to 500 or whatever the number might be, I'm like, dude, why am I sitting here like pulling teeth with you? I'm literally trying to offer you a fucking done for you service where I am probably going to make you hundreds of thousands of dollars and just take like a percentage of it. Like, why are we like, not on the same page here? And obviously, like the reason why, I guess in that example, is because they don't fully trust that you're telling the truth or that you know what you're doing or whatever. So the biggest thing I would say, and you're going to hear me say this like 10 times during this phase of the course, is just showing competency and not like being annoying. The way I would say is like when you get to my stage where you've been doing this for years and you have a lot of experience, I'm not annoying people, bro. I barely even follow up. Like I would say I follow up more than most people would in my position. But like it's really just about showing competency and just showing that you can kind of walk the walk and talk the talk. Another thing to remember is that frequency matters. Like a lot of people will do 10 messages a day. And it's like 10 messages a day. Like, yes, it's a start, but it's also like you're really not trying. And this is one of those things where you have to go for quality and quantity. Because what I would say is like some people are all on one side. They're like, oh yeah, I'm going to do this copy paste message and send it to 1 million people. Or I'm going to do 2 Loom videos a day where I spend 10 minutes on the Loom video and, just fire that off. And I don't necessarily think either of them are good strategies. I would say this is one of those things where like, putting shots on goal is what's ultimately going to allow you to score. But at the same time, you want to make sure that they're real shots, not like, just copy and paste low effort, everything. So I would say consistency, frequency, and overall quality of the messages are going to be make or break. So you have to go into this, like I said, with the right mindset that like if we're being completely honest here, I have no idea what an actual baseline is, but let's say it's 5 out of 100 people answer your message. So it's like, okay, even for every 5 that answer, 2 of them might ghost you, 1 of them might be like, I don't know, and then the other 2 might get on a call with you. So it's like, you just have to see it as like a numbers game. And the way that I always thought about it is like, I'll put a dollar value on it. So like, for example, let's say for every 100 outreach messages you sign, you're going to make $1,000 off of a client. So that's like, cool. For every message I send, I'm making $10. And like, I know that sounds dumb, but it's always just been like these little reframes in my mind where it's like, okay, like for $10, I'll sit here and fire off a message a minute or whatever, like something like that. You can kind of just psyop yourself into doing the right things. And then another thing to remember is that choosing the right platform. So you want to engage with potential clients on platforms where they are the most active. For many online creators and businesses, this is Instagram. Of course, you can get crafty. So what I would say is like, don't go all in on one channel, but if you're going to go all in or focus your efforts on specific channels, make it where people are actually, active and responding to things on a daily basis. Like, for example, I never really check my Twitter DMs. I know like a lot of people say to do outbound on Twitter. I don't know. I'm way more likely to see an Instagram DM than I am a Twitter DM. So things like that are important to remember. But at the end of the day, like I would say, and I don't want to, give you guys any ideas here, but you can get crafty. Like I've definitely gotten crafty with things that I've done to sign clients. And again, that's not something I'm putting out on social media because sometimes when things are actually very good, you don't put them out in public. But I'll just kind of leave you with a little, because this is open for interpretation. A lot of you guys are going to think of things completely different than what I've thought of when it comes to signing clients, but you can definitely get crafty. So who do you reach out to? So if I were starting over in 2026, I would say you want to focus on these middle of the pack creators. You really, like, especially if you're just starting out and your skill set isn't like where you want it to be or where you know it's going to be long term, you don't want to be trying to work with the guys who are making $500,000 a month, $1 million a month. Like, I'm just being realistic with you guys, because all of the guys who are at that level, one, they have really good marketers that they are in, networks with, or they're mutuals with, or like they are going to seek out that referral, things like that. I'm just being completely honest with you guys. Like, the odds of you being a complete beginner and landing a creator that's already making $500,000 a month is very, very slim. I'm not saying that it hasn't happened before, but I'm just saying it's very, very slim. Whereas I think that the opportunities for you guys that you should actually be seeking out are these creators that have like 10,000 followers, 20,000 followers, 30,000 followers, and they have like a loyal following in their specific niche, and you see a potential to scale them with cold traffic and really like spin up an offer that's positioned well. So I know all that stuff might sound a little confusing. We're going to get to it in later phases of this course. But point being is, you want to go for these creators that have asymmetric upside. So if you guys are familiar with the term asymmetric upside, it's basically like an investment term, but basically every creator you ever work with, and you'll learn this the hard way, you're placing a bet on them. Like, I've of course had plenty of clients where like it doesn't work out, whether after a couple months they just don't want to keep working together, or like offer just tanks, or ads are just really hard to crack, or like whatever. I'm not going to lie to you guys and say that every creator I've ever worked with has worked. It definitely hasn't been. It's been the vast majority of, probably 90 something percent of people I've ever worked with have had an overwhelmingly positive experience. But what I'm trying to make is, you're making a bet on this person. And there's a few things I want to address here when it comes to going to these middle of the pack creators. So what I would say is that the asymmetric upside is going to be, and also your probability of landing a middle of the pack creator is a lot higher, like I said, than these big creators. But also, if you get to these guys when they're making 10, 20, 30K a month, and you're the person that helps scale them to 6 figures a month, not only are you probably going to get in early and probably get a decent sized rev share, but also you get to build that relationship from day one. You kind of get the benefit of, that loyalty to them probably and from them. And that's just what I would say is, like, you want to take a bet on someone who hasn't really blown up yet, because there's been a lot of times, if I'm being honest with you guys, where I've had a sales call with someone who's making 2, 3, 400K a month. And if I'm being honest, they're doing most things right, which to me is honestly kind of a turnoff, because at a certain point, if you're doing things at an 8 or a 9 out of 10, I only have so much room to improve it, if that makes sense. Whereas like if I see someone who's making 100K a month or 200K a month or whatever, but they're doing so many things wrong, that is a really good opportunity for me, because I know that I can take a percentage of upside or a percentage of revenue, and I know exactly how to blow it up. Whereas like if I see someone who's already kind of reaching that ceiling in terms of like they're doing basically what I would be doing for them, I can maybe do it a little bit better than them, but like it's 80 or 90% of the way there. That's not as good of an opportunity to me as someone who I see a lot of things going wrong with. So that's kind of the same mentality to have here with these middle of the pack creators. So like I said, you want to go for the guys who have a little bit of an organic following, even if it's, like I said, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50,000 people. It's a good place to start and basically like work your way up in terms of like just getting familiar and comfortable with everything that goes into launching and scaling an info product. But then also, like, it's an added bonus if they have a lot of, loyalty within their niche, they're well respected in their niche, and you see a world where they can scale their offer to cold traffic. Like I said, we're going to talk about that later on. That's kind of what I'm looking for. So you want to look for genuine engagement on their content, such as likes and comments on their posts, to ensure that they have an active audience. Also, like, again, I'm just kind of talking best case scenario here. I've seen a lot of people in this 10 to 50K follower ballpark who have like cult-like audiences where like the, following of the creator, like they just love them, like for whatever reason. And that's like another massive added bonus. If you can find someone like that, even if they're in some weird niche, dude, like I've heard of people in all different kind of niches. Like they do not have to be make money online to make money online. The point being is these are kind of what I'm looking for. So sign a few smaller organic personal brands, ideally have the capability to scale to the cold, like I said, and focus on long-term partnerships with them, and ultimately just place like a few bets. Like really, you don't want to start doing growth operating and like if you miraculously somehow did this, like sign 10 clients your first month. It's just going to be a shit show. what I would say is, like, in a perfect world, you start off with like 3 to 5 clients. That way you can actually kind of focus on each of them respectively, and you have enough kind of bandwidth to, put a lot of effort into each one of them and basically make sure that the bet actually plays out the right way. So I hope this all makes sense. So next, I want to give you guys a sample outreach script. It's a 3-part framework. So in terms of the 3-part framework, you want to start with a personalized intro that shows that you have some competency. And again, guys, I'm not going to give you, like, I have little examples here. I'm not going to give you a copy and paste outreach script for a few reasons. One, because that is not like the way that I like teaching things. I don't like handing people things. I like giving people the kind of outcomes to reverse engineer for and letting them think for themselves. 2, if I give you an outreach script and this video blows up or whatever, like dozens and dozens and hundreds of people are going to use it, and it's just going to turn into another one of those messages that gets memed on Twitter where they're like, who's teaching this outreach method or whatever. And then the third thing is, like, at the end of the day, and this is what I'm going to get into, it's less about what you actually say, and it's more about the feeling that gets evoked when the creator sees it. So I'm going to get into that. Okay, so part number 1 of this framework is familiarization. So basically, in this step, you just want to eliminate the idea that this is a copy and pasted message that you've sent to 1,000 people, because no one is going to respond fondly to something like that. So you want to start with some kind of personalized intro that shows that you have competency and that this isn't a copy and paste message. Second thing is you want to kind of probe their situation. So you want to ask a question that demonstrates your expertise and shows that you have audited their current strategies. This can be an observation about something that they could improve or an inquiry about a strategy that they may or may not be using. The third, and I'm going to go into each of these in a minute, the mini cliffhanger. So you want to end your message in a way that piques their interest and encourages a response. Like, I have some ideas for you about this. So let's say, for example, I go through a creator's profile and they have a VSL funnel linked, and I look at the VSL and it's like 3 minutes long, and I can just tell that this person doesn't really know what they're doing. Like, hey bro, saw the offer you're running about, a high ticket e-commerce or whatever. Went and poked through your funnel a little bit. I'd imagine that you're probably having a pretty low show rate, and a lot of people are showing up to the calls not super bought in. Let me know if that's actually happening for you, because if so, I have a fix that I would love to kind of implement for you. So let me know if that sounds about right. So basically what I'm saying there is, like, that middle part is really and again, I'm just completely doing this off the dome. So, like, I'm not telling you to copy that. But what I'm saying is that middle part is demonstrating competence in the sense, like, okay, I've observed this thing, which due to my experience, or the experience that I've gained from watching this video, I can assume that it's leading to Y thing. Is that right? Like, and if so, I'd be down to implement something to help you, boost your show rates, increase your close rates, whatever. The thing I'm really trying to get out here is it's less about the words that you actually say and more about the feeling that someone gets when they read the message. I know I already said that, but let's go through a quick little example here from someone who has not done outreach in years. So, what's up, name? Say something that builds familiarity. I'm curious about blank. Was wondering if you were in the process of working on a new video sales letter, because I noticed that your current one probably isn't qualifying leads the way you'd like to. I have some ideas for you about X thing that we talked about in step 2 when you have a moment. So basically what I just said, I just did it off the dome, and concurrently it lines up with what I wrote a few hours ago. Either way, or much better, if you have experience, again, this is kind of just what I just said. What's up, name? Say something that builds familiarity. Saw that you are or are not doing X thing. I'm assuming probe about some pain point in the business, just implemented something like this, or name of their competitor or someone they know. Obviously, this is going to be optional. I would say, like, do not lie, just because if someone, like, and this is very common, where, like, you tell ecom guy number 1, like, hey, I implemented this for ecom guy number 2, but then ecom guy number 1 actually knows ecom guy number 2, and if for some reason the guy takes your message seriously and sends it to him, like, he's like, oh no, I've never fucking worked with a guy, and it's just like, it's just a bad foot to start off on. What I would say is, if you do this part of the message right, you shouldn't really even have to lie, because, like, if I'm just being honest with you guys, and I think I put this somewhere later down in this module, but dude, I never bring up case studies. Like, at this point, yes, like, people know who I've worked with and people know that I'm legit and stuff like that. But, like, I have never, like, gone on a sales call, or at least not that I can remember in the past few years, where someone's like, yeah, can I see, like, some case studies? Because when you articulate yourself with a lot of competency, it would almost feel kind of dumb for them to ask you for case studies because, like, again, this is kind of just like a principle that I'm, extrapolating into something different. But like if I go through a 45-minute sales call with someone and I'm like I'm pointing out all this stuff in their funnel that they're doing wrong, I'm showing them exactly what I would change. I'm like, bringing up all the statistics and like whatever, like, and they can just tell that I'm sharp. Who is going to ask me for case studies at the end of that sales call? It would just seem dumb. So like the point being is if you like are able to do this probing part pretty well, you don't even need to like lie about someone you've worked with, or you could just say like, would love to implement something like this for you. Let me know if you have time, or let me know if you've considered doing something like this before, something like that. And look, I'm not saying that this script verbatim is going to work, but it would just be dumb for me to not include something about outreach here, because obviously I know that outreach is one of the biggest pain points for anyone trying to get into growth operating. What I am saying is that you can reverse engineer the following things that I know to be true into your outreach. So number one, like I keep saying, you want to display competency. Number two is you want to speak to pain points or kind of like extrapolate and probe for pain points. And three is you want to like subtly offer yourself or your service as the bridge to X goal. So reverse engineering the purpose of the outreach message is much more helpful than me just giving you a copy and paste script that 1,000 people are going to use. And again, you can mess around with the length, the delivery, even the specific verbiage. But the point being is that if you do the three things here in some fashion at some point in the DM conversation or in the email conversation or in the cold call conversation or whatever, you'll be in a lot better place when it comes to potentially signing that client. So the next thing I want you to think about is like, think about texting a girl and what turns them off. It's less about what you say and it's more about the vibe that you give off. So as you know, like I'm sure you've seen like on social media or whatever, like girls will like screenshot like something that a guy says to them. They'll be like, what the hell? Like this is so weird, whatever. And it's never about like the words that the guy actually says. It's always about like the vibe that it gives off. It's always like, oh, this is like really creepy, or this is really weird, or this is really like early to be saying this or whatever. It's never about like the actual like word for word. It's always like, the nuance behind it, if that makes sense. So I would say, like, obviously I'm kind of reaching a little bit here, but I would say that it's a similar thing with outreach. It's like, it's less about like what I actually, like, for example, like I wouldn't say I do cold outreach, but I definitely like speak with, prospects a lot over text. And you could make the argument that, it's similar to outreach in the sense that like they're not a client yet and I'm trying to close them. So in a sense, it's kind of just like a DM sales process or whatever you want to call it. Point being is I'm never thinking twice about what I actually say or like the way that I word it or whatever. It's literally just about like the, reverse engineering the outcome of like this person, I'm going to shoot this guy a voice memo, or I'm going to text him, or I'm going to send him a Loom or whatever. Like whatever I just choose to do on that random day. Point being is I include all three of these things anytime I'm ever trying to get someone on the phone and potentially close them. Like I'm going to include all three of these things probably multiple times. So point being is, even if it's complete cold outbound, I think that if you incorporate those three things into your messages, you're going to be in a lot better place. And maybe not. Maybe I'm terrible at outreach because I haven't done it in years. And I'm not going to lie to you guys and tell you that I do outreach all the time. So basically, like I said, the vibe that you give off, do you sound like a complete bot or do you display some kind of competency? So nowadays, I would say that like people are completely numb to like massive like case studies because again, a lot of people lie. Like a lot of people have said that they literally worked with my clients and made them X money when they like never spoken to them. So it's one of those things where like I would say that case studies are kind of like at this point. Like the real purpose, and again, I want you to think about reverse engineering the outcome here. The real purpose of a case study is not, oh, I made this person X money. Because it's easy to say that, and it's easy to lie about that, and it's easy to like say that you made that person that amount of money even if you were just running their email marketing or whatever. Point being is, what people actually care about is not like the statement, I made X person X dollars. They care that you have the competency to go and do it again, that you understand what you're doing. The case study is usually just like a manifestation of that. So the point I'm trying to make is like, if you can display competency at a really high level, you don't even really need case studies. Of course, like they usually go hand in hand, because the way that you typically gain experience is by working with people and getting good results from them, which would mean that you have case studies, but it's less about the case study than it is the outcome behind it. Next thing I would say is like guarantee. Like a lot of people, like, I don't know, maybe my perspective on this is wrong, but I feel like people have kind of like milked guarantees for like everything, where they're just like, I guarantee you that you'll make $250,000 in 60 days after you implement the system, or like whatever. Like, I'll send you $1,000 for wasting your time or whatever. And it's just like, dude, when I'm on sales calls with people, I never guarantee them anything, because any like realistic and kind of like, just normal business owner who has their head on straight is going to understand that me as an agency or a consultant, for me to guarantee that they're going to get results is basically guaranteeing that they implement on what I say to a T, which there is no guarantee on that. Like, I can run consulting with someone for 6 months and they could just show up to every single call and be like, yeah, bro, sounds good, and never implement any of it, never actually do anything. And like, can I make a guarantee on that person? No, because at the end of the day, this is a mutual thing. Like, I'm going to show up, I'm going to give you value every time I talk to you, or I'm going to do whatever you pay me to do correctly. But at the end of the day, like, this is a two-way road. So I never really make guarantees, if I'm being honest. And, I think obviously, like, I know a lot of people who sell more like productized services, and they sell more to like cold traffic and like all that kind of stuff. And I definitely understand where there are places for guarantees. I'm just telling you, in my perspective, like as a growth operator who's selling a done for you service or consulting services, like I'm not going to put guarantees on things, just because I always like to under promise and over deliver. That's always been like one of my things in business. Like I keep saying, biggest thing you can do in that initial message is just display competency. Remember, outreach is a numbers game. At a certain point, it becomes optional. Like once you get to the point where people know who you are and you have a lot of good case studies, you're not gonna have to do outreach anymore. And like, if we're being honest here, it's not like you're working in a coal mine. You're sending messages with your thumbs that could potentially result in you making hundreds of thousands of dollars. So just, get out of your own head about it and stop complaining. Okay, so next thing is, after you're done with outreach and you've got, interested replies, we're going to be pushing to a sales call. So this is exactly how I do it. So one big thing is you want to avoid going back and forth for too long. It just raises the chance that they forget to respond to you, or like the intent drops off. Like, especially like if you're talking with someone in the evening and then, they wake up the next day, they might forget to respond to you, and then they look at it a couple days later and they're like, I don't even know what this guy wants. So like, whatever. Usually I'm scheduling a call with a prospect within like 3 messages, if not less. Something along the lines of, awesome, would love to walk you through how this all works this week. What's a good time to do that on Tuesday or Thursday? Something like that. Basically, you don't want to explicitly ask if they want to get on a call or anything like that. Like, hey, bro, sounds good. Do you want to get on a call? Like, I don't know. It sounds kind of like weird to me. Again, the biggest thing that you can communicate is competency. At my stage, I know that they're going to get value on the call, and I'm almost like doing them a favor, because I genuinely know at this stage that like, if I spend 45 minutes with someone, even if I don't sell them anything, like they're going to get something out of it that's going to result in them making more money. And obviously you might not feel the same way at the very beginning, but again, you kind of want to like act like that. And if you do enough due diligence and kind of just like studying on my channel and like different sources of information, you can develop competency at a base level without having a ton of experience. But point being is, you don't want to, like I said, just delay this part for too long. And I don't usually like to explicitly ask if they want to get on a call. I like just assuming it and then just kind of moving into scheduling. So on the sales call, it's usually like very laid back. I would say it literally sounds like a conversation between two friends. So on my sales calls, I like to use something I like to call the doctor frame. And I'm going to explain what that means. So here's the way that the call usually flows from a high level. The first couple minutes, we'll kind of like talk about like random BS. Like I'll be like, oh, I saw you follow this person. Like I know this guy, like whatever. And we'll just kind of like build some rapport, I guess. I intro myself for like 30 seconds. I'll just name drop some people that I've worked with that they know, and I'll kind of research mutuals beforehand. Again, that's just something that I get to do at my stage. I wouldn't say that this actually like makes a difference. It's just more so to like get them to lower their guard a bit. Like if I go and look at their Instagram and I see that they follow like 5 people, I know, I'll be like, oh, like so-and-so, like, I'm tight with them, whatever. Usually my segue, and like I basically say this on every single sales call I do, is, so on this call, I want to go into what's currently working for you, where you're trying to go, and how we might be able to help you get there quicker. So basically, that's just, and again, like I'm not like a sales guy. I've never really went through like formal sales training, so there might be like better terminology for this. I just don't know. But that's kind of my way of just saying like, okay, first I want to like diagnose what's happening in the business, what's going right, what's going wrong. Then I want to see your goals. And then afterwards, I want to like provide myself as the bridge. So I'm basically setting that intent. Then I'm going exclusively into like diagnosis mode for the next 20-ish minutes, hence the doctor frame. So I'm asking questions like, what's your current ballpark monthly rev? How much of that is coming from organic? How much is that coming from paid? What funnels are you running? Biggest bottlenecks? Like all that kind of stuff. And like obviously these might be the base level questions, but then after that it unlocks like another, layer of questions. And basically for that like 20 or 30 minute span, this whole time I'm basically just making notes, taking diagnostics, and basically like even opening loops to be sold later. So like if someone says something like, oh, I've been trying to run webinars for, 3 months and I just keep having show rate issues. I'll just say something along the lines of like, oh yeah, I just had like so-and-so who was having similar issues or was doing a similar thing and we did X for them and we got X result, whatever. And I'll just kind of like throw in these little open loops just to like, almost just like build the intent that this is like a sales call and I'm not just here to like listen about their problems. Like I am going to try to usually sell them something at the end of the call. So given what I do, it's a very bespoke sales process for each client. So what I mean by this is like some people's a 1 call close, some people is like a 2 call close, some people is like a 3 call close. Like I don't like doing 3 call closes, but like sometimes it's just like I do an intro call over the phone. I'll do a Zoom call. They got to go talk to a business partner or whatever. Like point being is like, it's never really set in stone in terms of the sales process for a done for you client. Consulting is a bit different. Point being is we're basically going to go into diagnosis mode. I'm going to hit them with this doctor frame. So basically I, diagnose all the issues and I'm going to prescribe myself or my services or my consulting or whatever as basically the solution to it. So the deal structure is going to be different, whether it's consulting or done for you, depending on the scope of work, etc. But usually after 20 or 30 minutes of diagnosis, I have a pretty good sense of like, A, do I even want to work with them? B, if so, what's my plan of action? Like I'm kind of just thinking in my head, like, okay, do I think it makes sense to launch X with them? Do I have to redo Y? Like, do I have to staff a closer? Like, what do I have to do? And then 3 is, how do I structure the deal? So I'm kind of thinking of all these things mentally as I'm kind of closing off that diagnosis mode portion of the call. When it comes to actually structuring the deal, I'm not going to give you guys like a static thing because it isn't static. It's completely different depending on the scope of work and depending on what they're currently making, all that kind of stuff. But I usually charge a setup fee if I'm building out assets. So like, for example, if I'm doing a webinar build and then I'm going to start working with them on the paid ad side of things, I'm going to charge an upfront fee flat just for that webinar build, just because they could technically keep that webinar forever. Same thing if like I'm building them a call funnel or if I'm building them a low ticket to high ticket funnel or whatever. I'll charge a setup fee for anything that I am building out an asset. And then beyond that, like when it comes to a month-to-month thing, it moves to a small monthly retainer and then a rev share. The rev share is going to be dependent on the scope of work. So basically, like, what am I doing for the client? Am I running their webinars, their ads, their emails? Like if it's like a full fractional CMO package, then I'm going to quote them X rev share. But if they already have someone who's doing this or they don't want to do this thing or whatever, then it might be a little bit less. What I would say a big lever for you as the person, pitching someone is how much of the process you own. So this is pretty self-explanatory, but what I mean by this is if I'm like the only person doing marketing for this person and I own the entire click-to-close process, I'm writing their emails, I'm launching new funnels, I'm writing new VSLs, I'm running their webinars, I'm running their ads, like I'm doing everything. I own that entire click-to-close process, which means I can charge a higher rev share. Whereas like, and this isn't my ideal scenario, I work with someone and, they have this guy who's writing their emails and then this guy who does like their automations or their operations or whatever. And like basically there's more people that kind of have to take a piece of the pie at that point. So I get to take a smaller piece. Again, like it can still definitely work. But point being is like my ideal deal structure is I just do everything and I own the entire process so that way I can take the biggest rev share. Next thing is you always want rev share. So in this video, I'm going to show you everything that you need to know when it comes to actually being able to deliver and actually collect those big rev shares. But the entire point of this is like taking rev share. Like that's like the entire point of doing growth operating. Like this is not one of those things where you should just be selling people retainers. Like I will legitimately never take on a done for you client without a rev share. I literally just like see it as pointless because realistically, like if I'm charging someone a retainer, like it's not going to be what I want to charge them. Like I'm not going to be able to charge them in most cases like a $30,000 a month retainer or like whatever. So point being is I would rather just go and work with someone else where even if they're making less money, let's say the hypothetical client is making $250 and you know the other client I could sign is making $100. I would rather have a rev share of the guy making $100 because then I actually have incentive to grow it and I have long-term incentive. Whereas like, don't get me wrong, I'm not going to say no to like a big retainer just because like if it's what I would shake out to making the same amount of money on a rev share, then like I'll still do it. But I never pitch a deal that doesn't include some kind of rev share. So it's going to be either a percentage of rev share, just flat off the top. It's going to be a percentage of profit, a percentage of upside, or a tiered rev share. So I'll go into each of these. So percentage of rev is super simple. It's just like we make $250K, I get 10%, that's $25K. Percentage of profit, again, this is where it starts to get a little bit more complicated. Profit could be like revenue minus ad spend, payment processing fees, and sales commissions. That's like pretty standard. So like if we make $250, maybe our actual net is $180 and I get paid, you know, a percentage of that $180. Percentage of upside is like, okay, the last 3 months you've made $100K, $80K, and $60K. So your average month right now is $80K. So I want like a bigger percentage of the upside. So like I want 30% of everything above, you know, $80K. So if we do 200, I get 30% of $120K, which is $36K or whatever it is. And then a tiered rev share, again, this is kind of just getting complicated for no reason, but sometimes like you'll pitch a rev share and people get kind of tight about it because they're like, oh, well, like if we get to, you know, $1 million a month, like I don't want to be paying you X amount. So what I'll do is I'll literally bake this into the deal because if we're being honest, my inputs are like relatively fixed, like in the sense where like if I'm working with an offer and they're doing $400K a month versus $1 million a month, I'm not doing 2.5 times more work. It might be marginally more work, but the point being is my inputs are relatively fixed. So I'll do a tiered rev share where I almost like negotiate myself down. I'm like, okay, once we hit X percentage, I'll knock my cut down to this. And then it works like tax brackets where it's like, okay, on the first X amount, I make X. On the next X amount, I make Y, like whatever. And again, this is all just going to be depending on the business's current revenue and my scope of work with the creator. But I always want to have incentive, and the business owner should be aligned. Like, you know, I very rarely have pushbacks on rev share. It's just more so like the actual number that we're negotiating on. But like, if you're a business owner, and this is like maybe an objection that, or like, you know, confusion that people have about growth operating is like, oh, like why would someone want to give up a percentage of their business, like whatever. Like business owners understand like how human beings work. Like business owners understand how human beings work, and you know, I would same way like I would never pay my salesperson a flat, you know, commission or a flat retainer every month. Like it's the same thing with the marketer. Like you want them to be incentivized and on the same page success-wise. So basically, the biggest things to note on the sales call side are to diagnose the issues, open loops as to how you can help them throughout the conversation, start constructing a plan of action as to how to scale their offer. Again, this isn't one size fits all. This is going to be completely different for everyone you ever talk to. Position yourself as the bridge and make an offer. All right, so at this point, you've closed that deal, obviously, because my sales script is, you know, 1 in a million. So next step is going to be onboarding and setting expectations. So typically, the onboarding process for every client, whether it's done for you or consulting, is the same. We're going to agree on deal terms. I'm going to send them an agreement. I'm going to send them an onboarding checklist, which is usually just like a document with like, hey, here's all the softwares I need you to sign up for. Just input the username, password, whatever on this document so that way I can get into everything. I'm going to schedule an onboarding call with them. So I usually want that onboarding call to be like a few days maximum after I sign a contract with them and they pay. And on that onboarding call, I'm obviously going to make sure I have access to everything that I need to actually get started. But I'm going to share a bespoke roadmap that I've created for them. So this is a 30, 60, 90-day roadmap where basically I'll literally go, and this is all stuff that we've kind of talked about on the sales call in the doctor frame, is I'll say like, okay, for the first 30 days, like here's exactly what I want to get done. And I'll go week by week, like, okay, this is everything that needs to get done in the first month, and then here's everything that needs to get done in the second month, and here's everything that needs to get done in the third month. And obviously this will be dependent on the deal. Like if I only sign, a 2-month consulting deal with them or whatever, like I'm only going to do a 60-day roadmap. But point being is, I want them to have clarity from day one as to like the exact roadmap. And obviously it's never going to go exactly the way that we predict it. But I basically just want to make a good first impression and just show them that like this isn't going to be something like I move very quick with all my clients. Like I'm very like go, like impatient, which, business owners typically like that if you're working for them. But either way, you just want to like set it off on the right foot and basically just show that you're organized, that you're actually going to get things done. And, first impressions make a lot of a difference, obviously. So I like always doing that roadmap for them just so that way we can keep each other accountable, because I never want them to think like, okay, yeah, this guy's going to get my full webinar turned around in like 4 days. That way I can run it next week. I like keeping each other accountable and also just setting realistic expectations. So that's like my way of doing it on that roadmap. So on the onboarding call, we'll go through the roadmap together, and then we set expectations and action items for the next like week, and we just hold each other accountable. So honestly, I would say holding each other accountable is a big thing, where it's like, you guys will learn that like, obviously the majority of clients are fine to work with, but as a good service provider, you can't be afraid to like hold people accountable to saying their word, even though they're your client and this is the business owner. I'll be like, hey, I need this thing from you. Let's make sure I have it by X day. And I think business owners will always respect stuff like that, just because it shows that, obviously you're a business owner too, and you're taking initiative and you actually care about the results. Whereas like, you don't want to be like, oh, like, I'm just his agency guy. Like, I'll just wait for him to do it for me. Like you always want to have a two-way street in terms of like good communication on both sides. Then from there, I'm going to set a weekly standing meeting with them. This depends on the client. So like for consulting, like that's actually included in the package. For a done-for-you client, I'll usually set a weekly standing meeting with them where like, okay, Tuesdays at this time, we're going to talk every week, even if it's for 10 minutes or like even if we have to move it or whatever. I just want to get something on the calendar, just because communication is such a big part of client retention and client success and just overall things actually getting done. I've always found that my clients who end up making the most money and, I make the most money from all that stuff, like, we're usually communicating very frequently. And I don't think that that's, a coincidence. I think it's one of those things where like business is obviously just a game of implementation and speed and just taking action. So the more, like, obviously I never want it to be unnecessary amounts of communication, but in my opinion, it's always good, especially when you're starting out and like those first few clients, you really want them to count. It's always good to always just be proactive about the communication side of things and basically just kind of build systems to where, you're going to be talking to them on a weekly basis. And then from there we get to work. So again, pretty standard stuff. I would say that all of this is easier said than done, but it's really nothing crazy. It's nothing overwhelming. But now I want to get into the really juicy stuff, which is how do you actually launch and scale your client's offer? Like how do you actually, like at this point, you've signed the client, you've done the outreach, you understand growth operating. How do you actually launch a client's info product and make it count? And then how do you actually scale them with paid ads? So that's what we're going to be getting to in the later phases of this course. Appreciate you guys sticking around so far, and I'll see you in the next phases. Okay, so starting from square one here, we're going to be getting into how to create your high ticket offer the right way. So I just want to really emphasize this. Your offer, and you've heard this a million times, is such a big part of seeing success with your info product. And at the end of the day, if you create your offer the wrong way, it's going to make your life a lot harder moving forward. But if you create your offer the right way and you build it for success, you build it for cold traffic from day one, you're going to be so glad that you just did it the right way. So let's talk about how to do that. So first things first, you need to get your offer created and ideally built for success from day one, like I just said. At a baseline level, this is what it comes down to. It comes down to identifying the niche experience that you or your creator has, understanding the ICP of the person that is most likely to invest in that niche expertise or who is financially qualified to do so, depending on your offer price point. You want to identify the clear, quantifiable goal that you can help said client achieve, And then you need to package it into an offer that's not only attractive from a marketing perspective, but also just makes sense logically. And one common point that I'm going to keep coming back to throughout this video is that you want to build your offer to be able to scale with ads from day one. It's one of those things where it's like, if you can just think with the end in mind, it's going to make the transition and the process so much easier. So I'm going to give you a quick example of how I would do this. So let's say, for example, your client's niche expertise is that they're an Amazon seller and their best students just so happen to be a bunch of middle-aged women and moms. So let's say, like, you have an Amazon coach, she's like a middle-aged lady, and for some reason she just attracts a bunch of like stay-at-home moms or moms that want to make money on the side. So in this case, her niche expertise would be selling on Amazon, and the ICP is technically, she could help any, but given her niche expertise, she's probably best suited to help moms and middle-aged women, just because maybe that aligns with her experience. That's what all of her processes are built around, and basically that's the way she's built her business, is for it to be maybe not a massive cash cow, but it's something that she does on the evenings and the weekends that she can help other moms do the same thing. So the big promise in this, made up scenario would be learn how to make a new disposable income stream on Amazon in as little as a couple hours per week. And it's something that you can juggle with your family, your kids, etc. So in this case, the offer is probably going to have a heavy emphasis on being done with you. Like, we're in this together. I'm going to give you a bunch of resources. I'm going to give you a bunch of support because I understand that you're a busy mom, et cetera, et cetera. Basically making it super beginner friendly for people with little technical experience, and basically maybe not optimizing for as much cash as humanly possible, but here's how you can do it in just a few hours a week because I understand that you have a lot on your plate. So obviously this is a completely made up example, but I just want you to think to yourself how much better of an offer that is, especially positioned for cold traffic, rather than just being the 50th Amazon FBA coach. Now look, what I would say is that overall, if you're starting from organic, it's okay to go a bit more broad because at the end of the day, those people are already sold on you, and you might have people who come from all different walks of life that want to learn from you. But what I found is that with paid traffic, the more specific you can be and the more aligned that you can be in terms of having congruency with the personal brand and the kind of people that you're trying to attract, the better. For example, if you're a mom of 3 kids who just so happen to learn how to build an Amazon business on the side, if you position an offer for similar people to you who look the same way as you, have the same values as you, you can kind of speak to them directly. You're in a way better position for success than just trying to go super general. I hope that makes sense. So look, at the end of the day, the niche that you're building your offer in is going to be pretty straightforward. It's just going to be like, okay, I know Amazon, so I'm going to do private label, or I'm going to do retail arbitrage, or whatever it might be. But the part that might take some more brainstorming is more so around the positioning of the offer. So like, who is the offer intended for? What's the main result and outcome of the program? Are we selling mass market? Are we selling to a specific niche, et cetera, et cetera? These are things that you might need to figure out with the creator in terms of what's going to work the best. But typically the best way to find this out is to just probe the creator, especially if they already have an organic following and they already have had a bunch of people in the past reaching out to them for help. You can ask them questions to essentially give you data so that way you can figure out how to position the offer. So I would ask my creator things like, when people reach out to you right now asking for help, who are they and what are they looking for? Do you have any commonalities in terms of, do you see a bunch of the same questions over and over, the same pain points over and over? Oh, I want to do this. I just don't know if I'm going to have time to do it because of my family, because of my kids, because of my career, et cetera, et cetera. So those are all helpful data points that you can use to build the offer. Second thing is, who do you feel like you're best suited to help currently, and what's the most valuable outcome you can get for them? So I have some examples of offers like this later on in this video, but let's say, for example, that you were a fitness coach and over the years you've helped 500 clients, but the best couple dozen clients you've ever worked with were all like super busy CEOs, business owners, etc. And you're like, you know what, I really want to help these like busy CEOs. And the reason why is because not only am I getting them in shape, I'm getting everyone in shape, but specifically, I've found that I provide the most value to the business owners and CEOs because I show them a way for them to get in shape and stay in shape in as little as 45 minutes a day. And it's really optimized to be something that's super low maintenance for them so that way they can focus on work. That's a way better offer than just trying to fitness coach anyone. So that's just, again, another example. the next thing I would ask is, what is your competitive moat against everyone else? What are you uniquely qualified to help people with? So this might go back to, the creator's upbringing, their journey, certain tools that they have, certain access to different things that they might have. Like, for example, if your offer owner has some crazy software built out that, is actually a game changer, that might be their moat, and that might be a big selling point of the offer, et cetera, et cetera. So these are all just things to consider when you're building out your high ticket offer. All right, guys, so let's get into some more tactical stuff. So step number 2 is going to be understanding the 4 elements of an outlier info product offer. So what I mean by an outlier is just like these offers that kind of stand out, they do really well on cold traffic, and you can tell that the person who built them intentionally. So all 3 of these to me are great examples because they're offers that are doing really well in niches that most people would consider saturated. So high ticket sales, fitness, e-com, those are 3 of the most saturated niches in info. But you can tell by the positioning here that all of these offers are created specifically for one person. So this sales offer here on the left, this is a previous client of ours, Johnny. His offer was around helping existing sales reps just basically maximize their performance. Is the offer that I was referencing in the past step, which is a fitness offer that is positioned towards CEOs, business owners, and executives. They do like a blood work protocol that leads into a fitness offer. I always see their ads, so I know that they're doing really well. And then this is a current client of ours, Samir, who basically teaches e-commerce, but it's positioned in a different way. It's positioned as like a long-term brand, and this is positioned for beginners still, just because on the organic side, a lot of his content is still very broad. So like I said in the first step, it's okay to go broad on organic, but the more specific you can get with paid traffic, that just helps align the messaging with the person that you're actually trying to reach, which we can get into later on. But again, the principle holds true here. Like, you can tell that this offer is meant to stand out against, a sea of other e-com coaches. So there's 4 elements to understand when it comes to creating an outlier offer. So element number 1 is going to be the niche expertise. So that's like the foundation of everything. What is the creator actually good at? What's the business model? Element number 2 is going to be the unique mechanism / offer positioning, which is just what makes your offer different against everyone else that's competing with you. Element number 3 is going to be who you market it to, which is like your ICP. And then element number 4 is going to be the conversion mechanism that you choose. And essentially, that's just where do you send your traffic. So like, for example, this fitness offer that's positioned for CEOs, business owners, and executives, you probably wouldn't want to push them to a live webinar, because getting them to all commit to showing up to something live at one day, one time, you understand that you're working with busy people, and that probably doesn't align. Same thing maybe with even the sales offer. These guys are, constantly on calls, and they just want to be able to consume the information, decide if the offer is for them. So the conversion mechanism that you choose is actually pretty important in terms of positioning the offer, because you want to choose a conversion mechanism that aligns with the person that you're selling to. So next step here is creating messaging that aligns to said offer that you've created. So adjacent to the first reason, you can have an offer that's positioned to the right person, but it's still being marketed incorrectly. So it's basically like a lack of congruence. So what I would say is that, like, you can tell that this offer is congruent with the person that they're marketing to. Unlock the blood work protocol that's helped 2,000 high-performing business owners shred fat, build muscle, and dominate their day. Like, that headline and everything beyond it is written specifically with these people in mind. So basically, the point I'm trying to make is that congruency is very important, especially on the paid side as well, but on organic, it's never going to help. Like, basically, the way that I like to think about it is, if you can create an offer that is built for paid, it is probably going to do very well on organic. Again, they're not completely hand in hand, but it's just like a way of thinking. It's just like, if you can play on Hall of Fame difficulty in 2K, you usually do really well on, on a beginner difficulty. So it's the same kind of point. So let's talk about messaging. So let's take Samir's offer, for example, the built to sell brand offer, which is positioned towards beginners on organic. But if it's positioned as, this is the new way to do drop shipping, this is the easiest way to make 10K a month, like, that just attracts the worst kind of people. It's people who are looking for new shiny objects. They've probably never committed to anything before. It's people who are looking for the easy way out, which means that they're probably not very committed, which means that they probably are not the kind of people that are looking to invest into something and really plant their flag somewhere. So instead, if you can take that same offer and use messaging that kind of attracts the right person that we're looking to really sell, think about how different this is. If you have capital to invest into an AI business that actually builds enterprise value, here's a business model that you should consider. If you've made money in e-commerce before, but you want something that feels a bit more built for long term and it's a bit more sustainable, look into this. If you're looking for an investment vehicle that allows you to benefit from AI, but you still have a bit of an active approach, have you ever thought about starting an e-commerce brand? Point I'm trying to make is that the way that you convey the offer that you've built in the first couple steps is very important. You can't build an offer, amazing, and then just messaging. It doesn't matter how well you build the offer if you don't know how to convey it properly to actually attract the person that you're looking to attract. It's not going to work out very well for you. So this messaging all appeals to a more financially qualified ICP. We want to use the leverage of the AI brand building angle to our advantage as opposed to the 95% who just sell dropshipping coaching. So like I said, this is a good way to stand out, is building an offer the right way, articulating it the right way, and then eventually just using that as your marketing material. So the key thing to remember here is that you can literally just shapeshift your offer to attract more financially qualified people and just make it stand out against the crowd. So let's talk about some examples. So we just kind of went into the dropshipping example, but dropshipping has this connotation with it where it's seen as kind of something that kids do when they first get into online business. Whereas brand building, you could portray that as a more serious, legitimate business, especially if you start talking about enterprise value and how you can actually sell these stores, et cetera, et cetera. SMMA is something that has been around for 10 plus years at this point, and everyone sees a social media marketing agency as this really old kind of saturated business model. Whereas AI arbitrage or starting an AI agency is all the craze right now. And it could still be portrayed as a more serious and legitimate business just because you can talk about, look, if you're a busy person, you might have thought that starting an agency or some kind of service-based business was, way out of your ballpark just because you don't have time for it. But now because of AI, you're able to leverage these tools to do a lot of the work for you, et cetera, et cetera. The fitness coaching offer I already kind of went into, but this is the most commoditized offer ever. Everyone sells fitness coaching, but they found a way to reposition the offer with the blood work and DNA protocol and specifically tailor it to a high net worth demographic. So the point I'm trying to make is that everyone starts with the same seed, if that makes sense, but the way that you grow the plant is completely dependent on the way that you position the offer. So it's literally all the same thing repackaged. You can bend your offer to your will and whatever the market will consider as higher perceived values. On the left here, you have all the low perceived value ways of selling your offer. And then on the right here, you have all of the high perceived value ways of selling the offer. Now, this whole idea of kind of just bending an offer to your will segues very nicely into step number 4, which is understanding airbending. So airbending is a term that me and the WAP guys came up with a little while ago. But essentially, it's just taking your offer and your expertise, whatever it might be, and essentially just bending it to where it sounds way better and it sells way better. Because at the end of the day, that's what we all want, right? So this kind of loops back to the first thing that we talked about in one of the earlier steps, but you have to understand the 4 elements first. I don't know if you guys have seen Avatar, but he has 4 elements here. It's earth, water, fire, and wind or something like that, where your 4 elements here are the niche expertise, the unique mechanism and offer positioning, who you market it to, and the conversion mechanism that aligns. So if you want to tactically take your offer and airbend it, here's how you do it. So you take the knowledge and you package it up, you position the knowledge towards your ideal ICP, you choose messaging that aligns with that ICP, and then you build the conversion mechanism that's congruent and run lead flow through it. That's exactly the process I just walked you through. This is just another way of visualizing it. So a few things that I want to note when it comes to offer positioning and kind of creating a good offer. not all niches are created equal. You can be riding headwinds versus tailwinds. Like for example, if you're selling like an SMMA offer, like we just talked about, you're probably riding a pretty sharp headwind or a pretty strong headwind, just because so many people have already bought these programs. The market sentiment around SMMA just is not that great. Whereas like if you can position it to where it leverages AI, you get to ride a tailwind, which is going to make your life a lot easier. Next thing to note is that unique mechanisms and dialed in offer positioning is also make or break. Like what I would say is like these things that I'm talking about, I wouldn't consider them like extracurricular. I would say that these are pretty crucial for your success, especially these days with the info product market the way it is, where you probably have a lot of competition in your niche. If you can lean into having really good positioning and a really good unique mechanism, that can be one of the things that works the hardest in terms of seeing success with your offer. The ICP that you choose to sell to will make your life so much easier or harder. So choose wisely. So like for example, if you sell to high net worth individuals, or you sell to stay at home moms, or you sell to, people who have built a business and they're looking to exit it, something like that, versus like if you sell to convicted felons, it's going to make your life a lot harder. Or if you sell to 17-year-old children, it's going to make your life a lot harder. So again, I'm kind of just using random examples, but just illustrates the principle of like be very intentional of who you actually try to sell your offer to. The next thing to mention is that there needs to be congruency between the ICP that you're selling to, the face of the brand. Like, does the ICP, or is the ICP likely to buy from the face of the brand? I know that's something that like not a lot of people think about, but like if you are a kid who is 21 years old and you're trying to sell to moms, it's probably not going to work out very well for you. Next thing to mention is the messaging. So we've already talked about this, but just having congruency and the conversion mechanism that you run traffic to. All of these things are things to keep in mind. And like I said, you don't want to be selling an offer to high net worth people and sell it only through webinars and challenges. You want to sell it through something that kind of caters to their schedule, their buying habits, etc. Next thing I want to go over is pricing and deliverables. So a lot of people are always confused about like, okay, I want to start selling high ticket. How do I price it? A lot of people have limiting beliefs about what they can price their offer at. And, I don't want to make this video all about like limiting beliefs, but what I would say just tactically is that the 3 to 5K ballpark is usually a good place to start for most standard flagship offers. So what I would say is like you can raise the price if it's a super in-demand creator. Like if it's someone who has a really big following, you might be able to charge a bit more. Or if you start selling the offer and the close rate's insanely high, like 40 or 50%, raise the price as well. But what I like to optimize towards, and we don't build all these offers from day one, but just like the end goal is to have a 3-tiered offer ladder. So you want to have like the flagship offer, that's probably going to be 60 or 70% of the revenue. Then you want to have a downsell and like a graduation upsell program. So let's talk about why. So hypothetically, let's say person number 1 has a $3,000 flagship offer. And then person number 2 has a $5,000 flagship offer, a $10,000 upsell, and a $997 downsell. Let's talk about how many more advantages person number 2 has versus person number 1 just off of pricing structure and having more offers. So person number 2 can make more revenue on cleanup. And what I mean by that is no matter what funnel you run, no matter how big your audience is, the majority of people that come through your funnel are not going to be financially qualified to buy this $5,000 offer. So just by having a downsell, that gives you a lot more room to make money off of these people who are unqualified financially, but still might want to buy something from you. Next thing is that if you're leveraging financing properly, just having a $10,000 offer that you can sell people into, or like, for example, a lot of people who buy a $3,000 offer in cash would be able or would be willing to buy a better $5,000 offer with financing. So this alone can boost your revenue drastically. A lot of the biggest offers that we work on do leverage financing a lot. I would say that's something that's changed in the past few years, whereas like when I started working with info products, not a lot of people used financing or had access to good financing. But now with tools like WAP, financing is super crucial. I would say it's a massive lever towards just making more money and setting your offer up for success from day one. Person number 2 in this scenario actually has an ascension process. So like, let's say you sell them a $5,000 offer and a bunch of your students get really good results. If you have nothing to sell them afterwards, you're missing out on a massive, low-hanging fruit. So just having an upsell product or something that you can even sell people into on day one if they're more qualified or they're just super high intent definitely leads to making more income. And then also you have a way higher margin for paid traffic if you go with this second pricing model, just because one, the flagship offer is a bit more expensive. And like we talked about with financing, you can obviously split test prices. I'm not telling you to like use these prices verbatim, but what I'm saying is just the concept. You have a higher margin for paid traffic because your AOV is going to be higher on this one. You are going to recoup a lot of your ad spend with the downsell, and then also your LTV is going to be higher because you have this upsell. So just don't pay as much attention to the actual price points, but more so the reasoning behind the price points. Okay, so now let's talk about what do they actually get at these price points. So when it comes to deliverables, the core pillars for a high ticket flagship offer are always going to be relatively similar. Again, I'm just doing general kind of guidance here because I don't know your offer specifically, you sitting on the other side of the screen watching this video. But the core pillars are always going to be similar. So what I would say is it's going to come down to some kind of curriculum or course, a private community, live coaching, calls, and then add-on resources from there. So obviously the add-on resources are going to be highly dependent on what your offer is, what the niche is, etc. But I'll try and give you as much general advice as I can in this video. When it comes to designing your curriculum, you want to think through every single step that it takes for someone to go from complete beginner to where you are today, and basically just build out a massive list of what needs to be covered or what you wish you knew. So that might be like, 12 modules with 5 chapters within each module or something like that. Not every single point of curriculum needs to be included in the flagship because you still want to leave room for kind of like gate-kept information for your upsell. So essentially the thought process I would go through is you list out every single possible resource that you could give someone in like the highest ticket offer that you want to sell. So let's say it's like a $25,000 offer. And then you list out all of the things that you would possibly give someone in a $25,000 offer. Let's say there's 50 things in that offer. Or let's say, there's 20 things to be a bit more realistic. And basically you just strip some of those things away as you build out the flagship offer and then as you build down the downsell. So typically, this looks something like the downsell is like just usually curriculum. Maybe it has like its own community and maybe like one coaching call a month or one coaching call biweekly. And then I would say the flagship offer is going to be all 3 of these things and then some add-on resources. And then the upsell is going to be like everything in the flagship plus more access plus more add-on resources and then potentially also more of a curriculum. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. That's basically how you build 3 offers from a high level that don't cannibalize each other. So essentially you don't want to make the downsell so good that no one buys the flagship. You don't want to make the flagship so good that no one ever wants to buy the upsell and, et cetera, et cetera. But basically what you do here is you just list out every single thing that someone needs or everything that someone has to buy. So if there's people who also share the same customer as you, that gives you a lot of ideas for like cross sells or affiliate partnerships that you can incorporate into your offer where you can maybe get like a recurring kickback off of it, or you can just white label it, sell it yourself, et cetera, et cetera. All of this stuff is just going to add on to your LTV. Okay, and step number 6 is going to be setting up your offer. Like, where do I host the offer? How do I take payments? Where do I host my community, et cetera, et cetera? And my very biased opinion to that question is you do it on WAP. I've been working with WAP for over a year now at this point. I'm really close with a lot of the guys there, and I can just genuinely say, even if I wasn't affiliated with them, that WAP has far and away the best product in the info product space right now. I would say, maybe 6 months or 12 months ago, you could have made the argument for other companies, but it feels like every single day we kind of widen that gap in terms of, how much infrastructure we have built out and how it's genuinely the best place and really only place to host an info product. So if you want to host your info product on WAP, just go to wap.com/sell. Or if you want to get white glove onboarding with me, where I may or may not, have some incentive there, you can DM me on Instagram. I will make sure you get taken care of. I'll make sure you get in on the best fees possible. And I'll even do a free 15-minute consulting call with you to kind of look over everything that you're doing with your offer and just give you any kind of quick touch points as to how I would make it better. So yeah, that's my biased opinion, and I will see you guys in the next phase where we talk about actually getting your offer off of the ground. All right, guys, so in phase 2 of this video, we're going to be covering building out your initial infrastructure. So what do I mean by infrastructure? I just mean everything that happens from click to close, like the entire customer journey. So if it's like on an organic call funnel, it's everything from when you do your CTA until they're on the phone with the closer, or if you're on the paid traffic side, everything from someone seeing an ad to them actually buying. So we want to build out this infrastructure the right way, just because, like I said, it's going to not only lead to you making more money in the short term, but also when you go to transition into paid traffic and all that other stuff down the line, it makes it a lot easier if you already did it properly on day one. So for step number 1, let's just talk about the importance of actually building out your initial infrastructure properly. So I don't know where I came up with this analogy, but I hope this makes sense. Basically, the way that I like to think about it is when a new restaurant opens, they usually do like a closed doors kind of private party sampling for the restaurant, because they're trying to figure out if all of the moving parts within the restaurant work properly together. Because you have, the hostesses, you have the waiters, the waitresses, you have the food runners, you have the chef, like you have every part that goes into the restaurant. And essentially they don't just open up the restaurant and in day one, just open the floodgates, grand opening, whole thing. They test everything with like a closed group, so that way they can make sure everyone flows together, everyone knows how to work together, etc., and that the product is actually good, people have a good experience, etc., before they go and open the doors to a grand opening. Same thing with your info product. A lot of people are like, oh, I just want to jump straight into paid ads, but they've never actually tested everything in the infrastructure. You don't know if your hostess is, greeting people rudely, or you don't know if your waiters are, not taking people's orders properly, or if the food just sucks. Same thing with an info product. You don't know if your setters are dropping the ball, your closers are dropping the ball, or if, your entire marketing infrastructure is built out, badly, et cetera, et cetera. So the point being is, you build everything properly, you test it with organic lead flow, because typically organic lead flow is already sold on you. They already trust you to some extent, and it's a lot easier to get that person from the 50-yard line to the end zone because they already trust you. But when you deal with cold traffic, you have to take them from the 1-yard line all the way to the end zone because they have no idea who you are before they click on this ad. So that's the point being, is like, if the infrastructure doesn't work with warm traffic or organic, putting colder leads through it who don't know you, don't trust you, is not going to go well for you. So you build the infrastructure the right way, you test it and validate it with organic, and then you start supplementing it with paid. But yeah, this is exactly why you don't just jump straight into paid and then, everything I just went over. This gives you a way higher probability of success. So like I said, everything from click to close is what I consider infrastructure. So like landing pages, confirmation pages, pre-call process, like everything that happens that a customer goes through from them seeing you or, engaging to actually getting on the call with the closer. So let's talk about building foundational assets. So what I mean by this is like your landing pages, VSLs, pre-call emails, like confirmation pages, like everything that you have to do just to kind of start pushing traffic through your funnel. So good news with this is that AI makes this a lot easier. So I've already went over this a bunch in other videos, but I'll just briefly go over it. So essentially the first thing I do whenever I'm launching a new offer or I sign a new client is I'm doing a super in-depth ICP on kind of their ideal customer. Maybe we have 2 or 3 archetypes that we primarily target, et cetera, but I want a lot of clarity around all of these different things regarding the ICP that we're selling to, just because this is how you really dial the messaging in. Like someone who's written a lot of direct response copy or someone who's done a lot of marketing, they can tell good messaging versus generic messaging. And essentially now with AI, you can build an ICP around your offer, so that way every single piece of copy you write is basically written with that ICP in mind and all of these different characteristics that they have. So basically the way that I do it is the first thing I'll do is I'll create this ICP. I just get AI to help me generate it. And then basically, obviously, all of these will have like answers to them. Like what are they looking to achieve, short-term goals, medium-term goals, etc. And then from there, I write the longest form assets first. So I'll start with writing like the VSL or the webinar or whatever I'm writing first. And basically that is like a good foundation for me to go and write shorter form assets like emails, ad scripts, etc. And then the more and more volume of copy I write for a client, it's basically more and more data points for AI to understand kind of the way I write for that client. And then I can use that even more to write like shorter form assets. I don't really do this for our clients. Typically they do that themselves, or they have other people within the organization helping them with that. But either way, that's basically the flow of everything. I create the ICP first, then I go and write the longest form assets. Then I use the longest form assets to create the more like standard assets like emails, ads, et cetera. And then I plug everything into a tool called Poppy AI. So I'll drop a link if you guys want to let me make a couple dollars off of you trying Poppy AI. I really don't care. I like making money off of affiliate stuff because it just feels like more fun. But either way, basically what I'll do is I'll plug everything related to this client into one Poppy board. So I'll plug in a bunch of context about the client, whether that's like long form YouTube videos or existing marketing material or like whatever it might be. I'll plug in the ICP. I'll plug in more context. Like maybe I've already written a VSL for them or a webinar or a bunch of emails or a bunch of ads or whatever. I basically plug everything into this board. And then also what I do is I plug in what I call a dynamic self-refining model depending on what I'm writing for them. So I'll explain what that is. So essentially a dynamic self-refining model is kind of like a baseline that I've trained AI on about how I like to write certain things. Like for example, let's say I'm doing a batch of 20 ads. And of those 20 ads, there's going to be a few things that I like within the ads. I'm like, oh, I like how you structured the lines, or I like how the hooks are written, or I like how you implemented social proof, et cetera, et cetera. But there's also going to be a lot of things I don't like. I'm like, don't say this, don't word this like this, don't use this messaging, et cetera, et cetera. And what I've done is I've built out these generic, dynamic, or not generic, but they're dynamic self-refining models. And what I've done is I've built these models that are essentially just like baselines for AI to generate better output. So what I mean by this is, like at this point, I've written thousands of ads with AI. So I've kind of trained the model better and better over time on how to write ads. So that way when I have a new client who I need to write ads for, I plug in the dynamic self-refining model because that's already teaching, the LLM, in this case Poppy, how I like these ads to be written, and then basically for it to be trained on the specific context about that client is everything else here. So the dynamic self-refining model is basically like an SOP for AI, or like a context profile for AI about how to go and create the asset that I'm looking to make. So I have dynamic self-refining models set up for VSLs, for webinars, for emails, for ads, for everything. So basically, just to reiterate kind of what I just talked about, first you plug in all the context, then you generate output, then you give feedback on that output and reverse engineer why it's doing things wrong or why it's doing things right. And you basically just keep going through this cycle until you make the model better and better. And like I said, over time, the model evolves like a Pokemon. Like basically, I generate a new model every like week or two, just depending on like how much work I've been doing for that client or in that specific vertical of like, have I been writing a lot of ads this week or a lot of VSLs this week or a lot of webinars this week or whatever. And I basically make the model better and better. These dynamic self-refining models are stuff that I only share with done for you clients or consulting clients. So if you're at this point in the video and you're like, hey, I want to work with this guy, I can tell he knows what he's talking about, you can just click the link down below and apply to work with us. You'll be speaking with me personally, but if not, you can just kind of watch everything here and you can try and do it yourself. So step number 3 is understanding the pieces of the puzzle and maintaining congruency. So what I mean by this is essentially just maintaining congruency throughout the entire customer journey. So like, let's just say for a call funnel, everything in this video is just going to be about call funnels because I think that's usually the best funnel to start with in most scenarios. So just walking through the entire customer journey, first they hit the landing page, then they go to the application, then they hit the thank you page, then they talk to a setter, then they go into like the pre-call process with all your different automations, etc., and then they're actually on the sales call. So basically, I just want you to like visualize this entire customer journey and essentially just realize that like everything at each of these points has to be done properly, or you're going to be losing people at specific points. Like for example, if your application is structured really badly and you have a bunch of like super high friction questions, you might get a bunch of drop off there, which is going to, decrease the amount of calls that you get booked, increase your cost per call and paid, et cetera, et cetera. So you need to dial this in. Same thing with like the thank you page. If you don't do this properly, you're probably going to have a bunch of people who show up to the call not properly framed. They don't really know what's going on. You might just get a lot of non-responses, et cetera, because you're missing this point in the customer journey where people are super primed to consume information. Same thing here. If your setter is reaching out to people and it's taking hours and they're 15 years old and you can tell that they're super young, like that might lack congruency with the offer. So that might be a drop-off point. Point being is you kind of just have to take into account every single step of the journey so that way you don't mess anything up and have like these gaping holes in your funnel. Next thing, I want to introduce this concept that I thought of called the trust curve. So I don't know why I visualized it like this, but essentially like from what I know about skating, I've never skated. When you're skating on this pipe, I think it's called a half pipe. I don't know. Essentially the way I think about it is when you like jump up to, skate this, you have to commit. And, let's say that this pipe is like 10 feet long or whatever it might be. At any point of you like skating this, there is a choice that you have where you can just bail. Like you can just fall off and obviously like you'll just get a little scraped up, whatever. But if you feel like you're losing your balance or whatever, you're just going to bail and you're going to fall off. So this is the same thing that people experience when they go through your sales process. And obviously like I'm trying to make a metaphor here, but I learned this when I went through someone's sales process to buy a very high ticket service recently. And basically the point being is people come into your funnel skeptical. It's one of those things where like you're guilty until proven innocent in the consumer eyes, just because everyone's so jaded, everyone's so skeptical when it comes to buying coaching programs or buying like basically anything high ticket off of the internet, I would say. But point being is people are almost looking for a reason to not trust you. They are highly skeptical, they are highly jaded, and point being is if they run into anything that is incongruent or kind of makes them not trust you at any point in this customer journey, they're going to bail. Like even if it's something little on the thank you page, or like they can tell that one of the customers' review is fake or something like that. Or like the example I gave, like if your setter is 15 years old and it's like a turn off for the prospect. Like point I'm trying to make is that people come into the customer journey looking for a reason not to trust you, and you have to maintain congruency or they're just going to metaphorically jump off of the pipe and just bail and just, go back to life the way it was before. So basically the point I'm trying to make is that the customer journey is really just taking someone from being extremely, extremely skeptical to fully trusting you enough to transact. So I've bought a lot of things just off of trust. Like there's been a lot of people where I've just paid with a payment link over text because I know that I trust the person. Like whether we have a bunch of mutuals together and I've heard a bunch of things, or I've worked with the person in the past, or, I've just heard an overwhelming amount of good things about the person. I've consumed a bunch of their content, et cetera, et cetera. Like that's because it's not because the offer is like so amazing usually. It's just because I have so much trust already built up to the point where I'm just ready to go. So when you think about it, a lot of times the customer journey is a journey from 0 to 100 in terms of trust, like getting someone from 0% trust to 100% trust, or maybe they transact somewhere around 80 or 90% trust. Point being is lack of trust, in my opinion, is actually the root cause of a lot of like objections and no-shows. Like at the end of the day, when people throw up like smoke screen objections and they just no-show, a lot of times it's just because like they've found a reason to reinforce their natural skepticism, or they've found something that makes them more skeptical, or they found something that's basically broken a little bit of trust. So they're like, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. So if people genuinely trust you, and again, this is a lot easier said than done, especially when you're talking about with paid traffic. With organic, I would say it's a bit easier because usually you have the benefit of, people having watched your content for a while or just interacted with you, et cetera, et cetera. But especially with paid, if you can get people to genuinely trust you, they will buy basically anything that could benefit them as long as it's somewhere within their price range. Like basically the point being is, I've bought stuff that I didn't necessarily like need. Like I wasn't like, oh my God, like I need to buy this. Like this person built so much of a gap with me in terms of like they just really had to like hard close me. I was like, nah, like I trust the guy. I think this would be good for me. I'm just gonna buy it. And that's the benefit that you get to play into when people genuinely trust you. So the point being is just keep this in mind with the entire customer journey. The entire point is to build more trust and not give people any more reason to build skepticism. And then the last point is that time and congruency is the main way to develop trust. So basically, if someone spends a lot of time with you, if they've been watching your content for months and you have that congruency, they've never seen anything like off-putting, they've never seen anything that's made them a bit sketchy, you've never said anything that's like a little like, you know, build hesitation or build skepticism, that's the main way to develop trust. But you can also speed this up with velocity. So what I mean by this is, like, let's say the average sales cycle on paid is 5 days or 7 days or whatever it might be. If you can give them a high velocity of things that are going to help build trust, like, hey, here's a bunch of testimonials, here's a bunch of videos breaking down exactly how this worked, here's like a video of me screen sharing the P&L from the business, here's this, here's that, and you throw all this stuff at them within that 5 to 7 day window, like that's how you can speed up this velocity essentially of building trust. So I hope that makes sense. And I would say this is a really good mental model to keep in mind just with everything you do marketing-wise. It's all about building trust. So now getting back to the more tactical stuff, building your landing page. So typically we just follow like a pretty simple structure. It's usually just headline, VSL, application, and then maybe like social proof underneath that, or maybe we'll build like some other sections about like, you know, this is how the business works, this is why it's the best opportunity to pursue, et cetera, et cetera. But everything starts off just with the same 3 points: headline, VSL, application. So that's pretty basic. Step number 6 is going to be creating a 7-figure VSL. So if I wanted to talk about creating VSLs, it would probably be its own video that's like 45 minutes long. So I'm just going to give you a kind of like step-by-step checklist of everything that some of the best VSLs I've written have and kind of like key elements. Again, this isn't totally exhaustive. Some of these, you know, elements I leave out of certain VSLs. I've watched really good VSLs that don't have all of this, but I'm just trying to give you some kind of generic thing to follow. So the first thing you want to do is just frame the opportunity as extremely attractive. That's going to be kind of what gets people bought in the beginning, gets them bought in on staying, et cetera, et cetera. Next thing you want to have is micro commitments for retention. So like just kind of building open loops in terms of getting people to stay and consume the entire VSL, and basically just like building urgency like as to why they have to consume this and ultimately like get started on this opportunity sooner rather than later. Next thing you want to have is believable social proof all over the spectrum. So what I mean by this is you don't want to just cherry pick the guys that made the most money in the business. You want to pick people all over the spectrum. So like people who did it as a side hustle and made a couple grand, people who did it as a side hustle and then transitioned into full-time and they started making 10, 15 grand. And then maybe you cherry pick a couple of the really big outliers just to show them what's possible. The point being is you want to make it believable. Another point in making it believable is like actually giving them like real evidence that the person is real and they were actually in the program. So like that's why we like doing a lot of like side-by-side student interviews. So you can literally see like, okay, here's the offer owner, here's the student, here's them having a 10-minute conversation about the person's experience. This is a bit harder to fake than like a screenshot testimonial. Next thing you want to have, and this is kind of like the foundation of the entire VSL, is just a really convincing sales argument. So what I mean by this is like just kind of building a logical case as to why this business is something that you should be considering, or why this opportunity is something you should be considering, why they should do it, why it's more than likely going to work out, et cetera, et cetera. Like just a sales argument, like basically a convincing thesis for the entire business. Next step is going to be having like a step-by-step tangible walkthrough while leveraging a unique mechanism. So this is like where you see like, oh, the 5-step process, the 3-step process. And as like cheesy as it sounds, I guess, when you're like really deep in the internet marketing space, I feel like this does just make things a bit more tangible for people to grasp in terms of like, okay, the first step is I have to choose the product. And then the next step is I'm going to get it shipped to the warehouse or whatever. But also if you can leverage a unique mechanism just to make your offer and, you know, your company stand out against the competition, it's definitely going to help. Like, hey, the reason why this works so well with our company is because we have this specific software that helps you, or we have these connections, or we have, all these resources built in, et cetera, et cetera. Next thing you want to do is overcome real objections in a convincing manner. So what I mean by this is, like, people always think like, oh, everyone's objection is about the money, or everyone's objection is about, they don't think they can do it. And, those are limiting beliefs that a lot of people have, but also you need to answer like the real objections that people have, like on sales calls. Like, hey, I heard this about the business, or, I've seen a bunch of stuff about this, or like, I don't understand how this works. Like all that kind of stuff. You want to make sure that those are at least addressed in your VSL or at some point in the sales process before they get on the call. You want to build leverage and bridge into the offer. So what I mean by like building leverage is basically just being like, okay, I just walked you through this entire opportunity. I walked you through how it works step by step, but what if my company could basically help you? Here's how we do this for people just like you, et cetera, et cetera. Obviously, I'm just like spitballing here. This is a lot better in an actual VSL. I'm just like filming this off the dome. Then you want to break down tangible results and show that it's possible quicker with said offer. So like, yes, you can go do this on your own, but it's probably going to take you like 3 times longer than if you did it with us. And if you can see success in 6 months instead of 18, think about how much more money you're going to make. Obviously, like I said, you say it a bit better than that. That's just like the idea. And then urgency and real reasons to act now. So like, is there like an opportunity window? Is this something that, like if it's like a real estate investment, is it something that you think is not going to exist, or it's not going to be as lucrative in 12 months, 18 months, et cetera, et cetera? Or is like the real reason to act now just because like, you've been trying to become a profitable trader for, 9 years. And at this point, you're just burning money. So let's just give you an actual reason. And the reason is, you just can't keep burning money trying to figure it out on your own. So that's kind of just like short version of creating a 7-figure VSL. We've written tons of VSLs in the past. If you guys want more videos about that, feel free to just comment and I will go ahead and make that video. Step number 7, there's a lot more straightforward, is just structuring your application funnel. So what I would say is like application is one of those things that like a lot of people overlook, but when you think about it, you push all of your traffic through your application. So if your application has a bunch of things wrong with it, or it's not built properly, like you're probably losing a lot of calls, or letting through too many calls, or not building intent properly, et cetera, et cetera. So it's one of those things that's like pretty quick and pretty binary, but it's also pretty important. So one thing that should be pretty obvious is like, only use questions where the answers are actually being used by you or your sales team or whatever. Like, there's no need to just clutter this with like 15 random questions if it doesn't actually help the sales reps at all, because all it is just artificially inflating your cost per call and just creating more drop off. One kind of like way I like to think about it on a lot of applications, some of them I do things differently. Again, like I said, everything in this entire video is like a bit nuanced in the sense that like I'm going to deviate from it in certain situations. But I like to build momentum from the first question down. So what I mean by that is like, I'm going to start off the application with like light questions that are very easy to answer. They don't require a lot of thought. They don't require a lot of like just friction in general. And then as we go further down, I'll kind of make the questions a bit heavier. And then eventually like we'll ask them for like a financial qualifier or something like that. Another thing is I don't just ask one financial qualifier. It'll always be like, okay, how much do you have to invest? Select which one is closest. And then if they say no, I'll ask them a second financial qualifier, or I'll ask them like some kind of financing qualifier. And then, like I said, make the questions as low friction and as clear as possible. So if you have a prompt that's like 100 words wrong or 100 words long, you're probably going to get a lot of drop off on that question because people just don't want to read that. So I try to like almost prompt people to be concise. Like, hey, in 10 words or less, what's your biggest struggle? In 10 words or less, what's your goal with this, et cetera, et cetera. So more tactical advice, I would say keep testing that first question to get drop off as low as possible. I would like to see it at like 30-ish%, 40%. This one's at 44 at the time I took this screenshot. So it's not terrible. And then there's no other major drop off throughout these questions. So to me, this is like a good example of an application. I would say minimal question to question drop off. Like I said, anything above 20 to 30% is a red flag. We have 35% on the step where they actually book a call, but that's like pretty normal. So like there's nothing that really stands out here in terms of losing a bunch of people. And then I would say more than 60% of people who actually book or actually finish the application book a call. So like basically I want to see this number be 40% or less. So in this scenario, it's 35, which is decent. But obviously, this is one of those things where it's like you don't want to sit there and just like split test this like every single day. It's just not a great use of your time. But it's something you should definitely keep tabs on and just have eyes on from time to time. So step number 8 is going to be building out the thank you page. So thank you page video. We want to have one video that's just like the main thing someone watches right after, where it basically lays out the next steps in the sales process, hammers home the main idea of the VSL, and kind of just incites some urgency, and then also builds trust and FOMO with social proof. So I'll go into each of those steps. So laying out the next steps in the sales process, super straightforward. I basically just say like, hey, you can be expecting a text or a call from someone on my team within the next 5 or 10 minutes. So just make sure you're responsive for that. Otherwise, we're probably gonna have to give up your spot or something along those lines. We want to hammer home the main idea of the VSL and basically just incite urgency. So basically, we just want to like reiterate the main points from the VSL and basically be like, I'm really glad that you took action and booked a call right now, because genuinely, like right now is the best opportunity to start this because of XYZ reasons. And then also just building trust and FOMO with social proof. So what I mean by this is whatever things that you can do to build trust on the thank you page, it's a good place to put it, because you might not want to put it front facing. So like, for example, if you can screen share the P&L from your like personal business, that's great. If you can screen share inside of your community and show like, oh yeah, all these people are, making money with this business, that's great. And then also like social proof. So again, I like having social proof all throughout the sales process, because I think it's something that really like, if you do an overwhelming amount of social proof and you really make it visible and you really make it clear that it's like real, it makes it hard for people to doubt whether or not the thing works. And then they start getting to like more tactical objections. So then beyond that, we have the thank you page video, then we have FAQ videos, pretty self-explanatory, and then we have like interviews, and then we have very clear next steps for the sales process. So again, all that's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so step number 9 is going to be curating your pre-call process. So what I mean by this is essentially everything that happens with the lead from the time of them hitting the thank you page to the time of the sales call being live. So basically we just like having SMS, whether it's like an automation or it's just setters texting them manually. SMS is definitely a big lever. Pre-call emails. So we'll do like, depending on the offer, we'll do anywhere from like 4 to 8 pre-call emails, and depending on like how much content we really need to send them. If it's something that's a bit more self-explanatory, like maybe we'll do closer to 4. If it's something that requires a bit more information, maybe we'll do closer to 8. Another thing I like to do is I like sending them back to the confirmation page and also to other resources. So whether those resources are like PDFs that we've put together or like YouTube videos, et cetera, et cetera. Point being is I want them to go back to that confirmation page, just because if I can get them to consume everything on the confirmation page, that's a really good place to start in terms of getting them warmed up for the call. But then also like there's a bunch of other assets I can send them, like depending on the ICP and depending on the offer, we'll create like a bunch of different kind of consumables that we'll send people before the call. Or just like YouTube videos are a good place to go to, just because if you can get someone to consume long form, definitely helps your odds of closing them first call. Then we do pre-call hammer them ads. So basically, I like to meet them where they're at in the sales process. So the hammer them ads, which is like a Jeremy Haynes strategy, I'm sure you guys all watch his stuff, is basically just like giving people a bunch of content before their call. But the key thing that I like to remember is that I want to meet them where they're at in the sales process. So if it's someone registering for a webinar, they're usually a bit colder than someone who's just booked a sales call. Obviously not like a ton in terms of delta there, but people definitely have different objections when they're post-call versus when they're post-webinar sign up. So like in the pre-call hammer them process, we might talk more about the program, whereas like in a pre-webinar hammer them sequence, we're not necessarily going to talk about the program because they've only signed up for a free training, if that makes sense. So the objections might just be a bit different, and the content that we send out in each of those sequences might be a bit different, but just something to keep in mind. And then also, like, if you can get your sales guys to do selfie videos, personalized confirmations, all of that stuff is going to help with show rate and close rate. But yeah, that's it for phase 2. And then the next time I'm going to see you guys is in phase number 3, where we're going to talk about actually launching your high ticket info product and getting some money in the door. So I'll see you over there. What's going on, guys? So in phase 3, we are going to be talking about launching your high ticket offer. So in phase number 1, we kind of mapped out the entire offer, positioned it properly, etc. Phase number 2, we built out all the initial infrastructure so you're ready to launch in phase number 3. So there's a process that we like to execute for launching offers. I don't want to go super in depth because, again, this would be like its own video. So I just want to cover everything high level, and then obviously if you have questions, feel free to click the link down below. You can either apply to work with us, or you can just shoot me a DM on Instagram. I'll probably get back to you pretty quick on that. But either way, step number 1 when it comes to launching a high ticket offer is launching the beta offer. So typically what we do when we're launching a new offer that's never been sold before, like with a creator that's never sold high ticket, is we'll start with a beta group. So the entire point of the beta group is to not only get some momentum and get some cash in the door and just kind of like get everyone excited, but it's also just to start getting feedback. So that way, if we need to reposition the offer a little bit to make for a bigger like actual launch, we get that feedback before we actually launch publicly. So basically we soft launch a beta group. This group will be let in for a slight discount compared to what we're intending to sell the flagship program at. So we set price points in phase number 1. So we'll give them a slight discount on that for the beta group. And the value prop is that they'll be getting the most intimate access to the creator because it's the tightest knit group. And basically the expectation is like, hey, everything isn't completely done yet. Like, you know, this isn't 100% ready to launch, but you're going to get in early. You're going to get in for a discount, and also you're going to have the closest access to the creator. So this beta group has a few functions. One, it allows us to liquidate the highest intent pocket of buyers right away and get validation. So it's essentially like, yes, when you launch a beta group to organic, you're really only going to get the people who are like basically ready to go, which is fine, but just get some cash in the door and basically get some validation that we're at least going in the right direction in terms of the way the offer is packaged. Number 2 is it allows the sales reps to get some initial momentum and just get proof of concept. Basically, like, these should all be pretty much laid down closes. This isn't going to be necessarily testing their skill set, but, you know, not a bad thing to just get their confidence up. Number 3 is it allows us to get feedback as to how we might want to pivot or bolster the offer and what's resonating with people. So like on these calls that we run for the beta group, we'll get a decent idea of like, oh, this is why people are buying. This is, you know, the main things that are resonating them, et cetera, et cetera. Let's double down on that. And then number 4, it allows us to work out any kinks when it comes to the fulfillment process, overall operations, et cetera. So just like getting 20 or 30 people in the door, we figure out like, okay, do we maybe need to hire coaches? Does everything work properly on the community side? All that kind of like little details. But like I said, the main purpose of it is just this first one is just to liquidate the highest intent pocket of buyers, get some validation, and then also getting some feedback. So step number 2 is going to be, once we've filled up all the spots within the beta offer, we're going to go silent with the program for like a week or 2. And during this time, we're staffing the sales team based on projections and interest on the beta launch. And then also, if we don't have all of this built out already, which we talked about in phase number 2, we're going to build it there. So I would advise that you just do it first, but you know, you might want to redo some stuff in the email flows, or maybe even redo the VSL, or redo a little bit of the landing page, depending on some feedback that you got from the beta group. Basically, the beta group sales calls are going to point out the obvious, like if the offer needs a facelift or if the position needs to be fixed. But if those beta group calls go pretty smoothly and we feel like overall people are aligned with the offer, then, you know, we don't have a ton to change. So then from there, once we kind of like sell the beta group, we close it, we go silent for a little bit, it's full focus and build up towards the hard launch date. So this entire process, like I said, could be its own video. So I'll leave it separate. In terms of like building hype, like there's a bunch of stuff we do when it comes to like running ads, story sequences, going live. Like there's a laundry list of things I could tell you to do before you launch, and all that require like explanation. So I'm just going to keep this one pretty high level, and then I actually have a video about launch strategies on my YouTube as well, so you guys can go ahead and watch that. Step number 3 is going to be the hard launch. So this is going to be where you really try to open the floodgates on an organic launch. So you want to pull all your tricks out of the bag, all pointing towards this one date. So let's say you're launching your program on December 1st. You want to have YouTube videos scheduled to go out like around that time to basically push applications, Instagram posts, stories for weeks or days leading up to it. We want to do a launch on the email list. We want to dial through all the beta group applicants that didn't buy, et cetera, et cetera. So if you're launching with a bigger creator, or if you have a big personal brand, lead flow is not really going to be an issue here. Like if you did the entire process of building hype properly and, everything's been done well up to this point, like you're going to have a lot of calls on the calendar more than likely. And your biggest issue is going to be basically making sure that things don't break and kind of managing lead flow. So making sure that you staffed enough closers, that you staffed enough setters, that, all of your CRM automations and like everything on that side of the business is built out properly. Just making sure that there's not anything wrong with the back end and that, operationally you can handle all of these calls. So the overall launch process itself in terms of like how do we start pushing this out to people is pretty simple. We just build hype for X day at X times. Like I said, let's say December 1st at 12 p.m. We're dropping this new project, this new program, this new whatever you want to call it. At that time, the call funnel goes live. The links are going to be visible everywhere. So you put it, in the YouTube bio, you put it in the Instagram bio, you post it all over your stories, you put it to the email list, like everything. And then basically after that, I would recommend like opening up story CTAs with DM setters. So like, let's say you go live at noon, maybe at 6 p.m. You're like, hey, I'm doing a AMA about the program. I'm doing a live stream, whatever. Basically just some place for people to kind of like voice their objections and their uncertainties, or just pushing them straight to setters. So that way you can get those people on the calendar or just get them to buy. And then, like I said, just updating all the links everywhere. So then step number 4 is going to be after you've kind of done that initial first push is doing a live event basically as your second win. So just like with the beta group on that initial hard launch, you're going to liquidate a big pocket of the like people who are just ready to go. Like if you have a big personal brand, you have a big organic following, there's going to be a lot of people who are just ready to go. As long as you put the offer together properly. And, if this is your first time selling coaching, like I'm sure you're going to get a lot of money in the door. Once you liquidate all these people who are just like ready to go, you need to start kind of moving down the totem pole and basically doing a little bit more legwork to get the people who aren't as sold in the door. So typically what we'll plan to do is we'll plan to do like a live event or a webinar like 7 to 10 days after the hard launch to convert all these people in a one-to-many setting. So let's say you launch the program December 1st, maybe December 8th you plan for a webinar, December 11th, whatever it might be. So the reason why this typically works well is you're still riding the tailwind from the launch, and people have been hearing and seeing a lot about the creator lately, which is true. You can start to leverage how many people you've onboarded and any quick wins that might happen with the beta group. So let's say we've already had 50 people on board into the program. We've already had 100 people on board into the program. And even people that we let in November, they've already gone on to start this business, or they've already gotten these results, et cetera, et cetera. What I would say is that this third pocket of buyers is still relatively high intent, because obviously, like if you're doing an organic launch, which is the entire premise of this entire phase is just how to launch organically, they're still pretty high intent. So we don't want to just let them sit for weeks. We want to like basically do more legwork, like I said, to just get them in the door as quick as possible without making them take the initiative to book a call themselves. So what I'm trying to say is like, self-booking a call still requires a lot of intent. Like, okay, I really want to know about this thing. Whereas like you're going to have a lot of people who are like, I'm interested, but I don't know if I really want to get on the phone for this. I don't know if I really want to like actually book a slot on your calendar, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why we like doing live events, because it's a lot better for the people who are a bit more like window shopping. But by the end of that webinar, they might be completely bought in, ready to go. So we can also tie a lot of urgency and scarcity into the webinar pitch when done properly, especially if you're just launching the program. So let's say, for example, like the founding group of members got in at X price or X bonuses, and tonight on this live webinar, on this live event, is the last time when you can book in a call to get that same price, get those same bonuses, et cetera. So the plan I'm trying to make is at this point, you have a lot of momentum after all of these steps, and this live webinar is a good way to like basically harness the rest of that momentum you have and just liquidate a bunch of people who are on the fence and basically just get them to lock in their spot with, this price or these bonuses being the thing that's going to go away after this live event. So I have other videos on my channel about running live webinars, so I'm not going to go too in depth on that because, like I said, this video is just going to be way too long. I do have videos on my channel about that, so you can go ahead and watch those. So once you've run the live event, you're probably going to see a bit of a slowdown sales-wise, just because like you've just had all these big dominoes fall. So it's not like your sales are going to go to zero most likely, but you're probably going to see a bit of a pullback. So during this time, it's good to go back and find any bottlenecks from the initial launch, whether that's on the marketing side or the sales side, kind of do like a bit of an analysis as to what worked and what didn't work during the entire launch process, and basically how you want to position the offer once it turns evergreen. So that might be not changing anything. You might think like, okay, this launch went really well. I feel like there's no real big changes that we have to make front facing, so let's just turn this into an evergreen funnel and just start pushing leads through it. But if you do need to make any changes at this point, you should have more than enough data and feedback between the beta launch, the hard launch, and then also the live event. Like that's 3 different opportunities where you're going to get a bunch of feedback about the offer and figure out why people aren't converting, or if there's things that are missing from the offer, what you need to add. So at this point is where you really dial in on your evergreen approach. So you start nailing down like what funnels you want to push through on a consistent basis. So it's like call funnel, DM funnel, monthly webinars might be your approach. Like, okay, on a day-to-day basis, I'm going to push people to DM me to hit my setters, or I'm going to push them to my call funnel to self-book, and then I'm going to run a webinar every month. Maybe that's your approach. That's a really good approach when you're starting out. But basically, you just want to start optimizing everything on those fronts. So like you want to start dialing in your call funnel, quality checking everything your setters are doing, and then just like optimizing those monthly webinars. And then also just putting a big focus on the sales team and making sure their standards are set high. So the reason why I put that in there is because typically during this launch, you're going to get like a lot of laydowns. It's going to be a lot of people that have been like, oh yeah, I've been following the creator for, 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, whatever. And they're just ready to go, credit card in hand. But you want to basically build the expectation with your sales team that like not every lead is going to be like that moving forward. And basically just quality checking them, just making sure that they're actually doing a bunch of training on their own, like your sales managers managing them properly, et cetera, et cetera. But basically this entire process so far is just launching on organic, doing the hard launch, doing the live event, and then basically just transitioning into an evergreen style approach. We don't just do like the launch model where like, I know some people who like, they only make money like every few months when they do a big launch or a big live event. We focus on evergreen because a lot of our strategy revolves around paid ads. So obviously we don't only want to be, making money once every quarter. We want to make money every month. Basically, the point being is this is how I would go through launch a high ticket offer organically, do the beta launch, do the hard launch, do the live event to kind of clean up anything that or any prospects that were on the fence, and then basically transitioning into evergreen. But I know that this launch process is a bit time intensive, requires a bit of expertise. So if this sounds a bit overwhelming and you just want us to do it for you, you can click the link down below this video and apply to work with us. You'll be speaking with me personally, or like I said, you can just DM me on Instagram with your situation. I can see how I can help. But yeah, guys, that's the entire launch model. So the next phase is going to be how to scale with just organic. So I'll see you over there for phase 4. All right, guys, welcome to phase 4 of this video, where we will be showing you how to scale to 250K a month as quickly as humanly possible. So at this point, we've mapped out the entire offer, we've built all the infrastructure, we've launched, and at this point now you're transitioning into evergreen. So phase 4 is going to be understanding how to scale your offer just off of organic traffic. So like I said back in phase number 2, I think, about the organic infrastructure, basically a lot of people I talk to are super, guns blazing to get into paid traffic. And what I would say is that paid traffic is awesome, and obviously it's the end goal with any info product to me is to scale with paid traffic, because that's the only way you're going to be able to scale with longevity and with control. But my point being is you don't even want to start scaling into paid traffic until you've optimized everything on the organic side and you've kind of squeezed out as much as you can organically. Then you start to essentially supplement with paid traffic. So step number 1 is going to be understanding how to scale with only organic, because I want you to basically dial in everything organically before we start getting into paid traffic. So step number 1, just understanding how this even works. How do you scale organic traffic? At a certain point, it kind of sounds like an oxymoron, because it's like, when you're when you think about scaling, typically people think about scaling with paid. So this is how you scale with organic until you're ready to scale with paid. So there's only really two options, to push more leads through, or to have a better conversion rate, or speed up the velocity of people paying you and liquidate that pool of potential customers sooner. So option number one is just to get more leads, post more content, CTA more, get more emails, lead magnets, whatever you want to do to get more leads. Option number two, or option number 2.5, is to make more off of the leads that you already have in your audience. So essentially like running webinars, running new conversion mechanisms, basically just posting more sales assets, stuff like that, to get those people to buy quicker, and then also just to speed up the buying cycle. So essentially, like, let's say in your organic audience, you had hypothetically a finite pool of customers. Let's say you had 1,000 people who are going to buy your product. If you could get those 1,000 people to buy quicker and buy all 1,000 units within 12 months instead of 18 months, you speed up that buying cycle, which just means you're making more every single month, which gives you more to reinvest into paid, and essentially just speed up the process of you scaling. So let's say, for example, after dialing in all of your infrastructure, you get your revenue per booked call to $500. So to do 100K a month, your goal is now 200 calls booked per month, which is like 7 per day. So to achieve this on your own, you can post more content, you can use strategies like lead magnets, you can focus more on retention marketing, you can use more conversion mechanisms, so like I said, webinars, etc. Or, like I said, let's say that your offer is going to have 200 customers per year at 5K price point. So that's like $1 million in rev. If it takes you the entire year to liquidate all these customers, you average about 83K a month. But if you can condense the sales cycle of all of them into 6 months, you make $1 million over 6 months, which is 166K per month. And then, like I said, you get more profit, which means you can invest into paid, et cetera, et cetera. So that's just like the first like prerequisite, is just understanding that, okay, for you to make more money, either you need to get more leads, or you just need to convert more of the leads that you already have. So step number 2 is going to be financial modeling and reverse engineering your goals. So step number 2 is going to be financial modeling and reverse engineering your goal. So this is an old screenshot of just like a financial model that I've just been reusing for these videos just to keep things simple. But either way, basically what we do is we just map out all the big metrics throughout the funnel. So we map out, like, on the paid traffic side, our CPMs, our click-through rates, cost per call, how many calls we keep, our show rate, our close rate, our cash per call. On the organic side, all you would really have to worry about is like how many calls are you booking every single week, what's the show rate on those calls, what's the close rate, what's the cash per call, et cetera, et cetera. And then you can go further up the funnel and talk about like, okay, what's my lead to booking rate, all those different kind of metrics. But yeah, basically you want to really like reverse engineer your goals, because a lot of people will be like, oh yeah, like I'm doing only organic, I've been stuck at 80K a month, and I want to get to 200K a month, but they don't really understand like why they're only at 80% or 80K a month. It's like, okay, is it because your close rate's too low, your show rate's low, you're not booking enough calls? Like, where's the bottleneck keeping you from 80 to getting to 200? Is it something on the sales side, or is it something on the lead flow side where you just need more traffic? Okay, if your sales numbers are dialed in and you just need more traffic, that's where it makes sense to start running ads, et cetera, et cetera. So here's another example of a financial model that you would run for like a webinar. So if you're not running paid traffic, we would just worry about all of these numbers down. So like we would worry about the show rate to the webinar, also like the sign up rate on the page, sign up rate on the page, show rate to the webinar, how many of them stay till the pitch, the percentage of people who book a call or buy the offer, and then all the sales numbers that follow that. So basically the point being is, for you to understand whether your goals are actually possible or like what's holding you back from your goals, you need to basically have a financial model that gives you that data. So just to reiterate, your clarity is always going to be somewhere in these numbers. So like if your goals are even possible, what's holding you back from them, and exactly what to do and what to change to basically reach your goals. So like if it's a scenario where like I said, you're stuck at X number organically, you want to get to X number, is it even possible or likely for you to reach those numbers off of just organic, or do you have to start getting into paid traffic? Or is it fully possible that you could reach your goals without even running ads? Because there's, like, let's say for example, you're doing 80K a month, you want to get to 200, but your show rate and your close rate and your cash per call are all terrible. Your lead flow is fine. It's just like your sales team sucked. You might be able to get to your goals without even running paid traffic yet. So then you basically want to, like I said, optimize everything organically before you start putting paid traffic through it. So step number 3 when it comes to scaling on the organic side is basically just to iterate and optimize across all your funnels until your KPIs are all within, until all of your metrics are within KPI across the board. So let's say for a call funnel, your calls booked per day, you're going to monitor like how many people hit your page versus how many people actually are qualified book calls, VSL engagement, application stats, etc. So that's like all the top of funnel kind of metrics. On all your sales process metrics, you might be looking at your show rate. So if your show rate's low, you might go back and rework all of these things. If your close rate is low, you're going to go back and rework all of these things. So basically, you want to kind of categorize where the issues are popping up so that way you know what to go back and fix or monitor. So like on the show rate side, if your show rate's low, you might go back and rework some of the pre-call automations. You might revamp some stuff on the thank you page. You might add some more hammer them ads or start running them. You might need to quality check what your salespeople are saying just to keep it simple. Like you might need to rework their processes, like their scripts, etc. If your close rate is too low, you might need to help your closers out by kind of addressing some common objections and pain points in the VSL, just so that way they kind of get pre-handled before the sales call. You might need to ensure that leads are well framed, which usually has to do with things that your setters are saying before the call and everything on the marketing side. You might just need better closers, honestly, or you might need to have more financing options available, all that stuff. Basically, the point being is now that you do these financial models, you understand where your KPIs are. So now to reach your KPIs, you need to basically just make all these little tweaks to get all of your numbers across the board within KPIs. So I know it seems pretty self-explanatory, but from a high level, that's really all this comes down to. Is just like, okay, what are my goals? What do I need to do to reach my goals? Okay, what do I need to change to get all my metrics at KPI so that way I reach my goals? I know this might sound really simplistic, but really like I try not to overcomplicate certain things. Obviously, the actual like tactical, like, okay, what do I change in the pre-call automations? What do I change on the thank you page? What do I change on the VSL side? What do I change, on the marketing side to make sure people are well framed? That might be a little bit more complicated, but from a high level, like all it is just understanding what your goals are, what do your KPIs need to be to reach your goals, and then doing everything to get everything within KPI. Okay, so step number 4 when it comes to scaling the organic side is going to be to put a bigger focus on retention marketing. So I want you to think about it. For the high ticket sales cycle for info products, it might be weeks or months or years. And really what it comes down to beyond having a good offer and doing everything that we've talked about in this video is kind of just staying top of mind. Like obviously running ads helps with that, doing webinars helps with that, posting consistently when it comes to organic content helps with that, but also retention marketing is a big part of that as well. So we send like evergreen campaigns, we send contextual flows, we send SMS, we push new offers and live events to the list. Basically what I'm trying to say is a lot of people neglect their retention marketing when it comes to like email and SMS. And it's just a really easy way to add profit to the bottom line. So I just wanted to illustrate this principle. Basically, for one of our clients, we had a customer come into our ecosystem. When was this? Oh, in May, and they didn't end up buying until July. I don't even know why I picked this one, honestly. I could find way crazier ones. I could find ones where people came into the ecosystem in 2023 and bought in 2025. But either way, the point being is, when you're running ads to a call funnel and, people click on the ad on Monday, they take the call on Thursday and they don't close, you have to realize that there's a very high probability that that person still comes back and buys a few weeks or a few months later if you nurture them properly. And a lot of people don't put really any emphasis on that. I've talked to countless people in the info product space over the years who do not even send emails to their list, do not run webinars, do not run anything that really helps nurture old leads. They just kind of expect them to come back and buy. But thanks to AI, doing retention marketing for all of our clients has never been easier. So basically, like I said, we build dynamic self-refining models for each of our clients that is trained on their speech pattern, their story, client wins, mental models. Like basically it is like the living, breathing personality of this client in AI. And then we use that to basically write their emails. And then we use AI to write, like I said, contextual flows, evergreen flows, daily campaigns, etc. So the point I'm trying to make is there's basically no excuse to not at least make 5 to 10% of your revenue from email or SMS marketing. And again, this goes straight to your bottom line. So if you're doing $500K a month and you generate 10% of that from email, that's $50K a month of just straight profit that you can use to reinvest back into ads, just add to your profit margins, et cetera, et cetera. So the fifth thing is more of a mental model, but just understanding that little tweaks at scale make a big difference. And again, this entire video, this entire 0 to 250K video is with the premise of scaling to paid traffic after. So you want to like make all of these tweaks and basically do all these best practices before you even start running ads, because it puts you in a way better probability to see success when you actually start running ads. So I kind of touched on this a little bit in phase one, but obviously with any business, there's your cost to acquire a customer, and then there's your LTV. What do you make off of a customer? So a lot of people, when they start running paid, they only focus on getting the cost to acquire a customer down. It's like, okay, how can I lower my cost per call? How can I raise my show rate? How can I raise my close rate? But they never even pay attention to the other side of the equation, which is raising what you make off of a customer. Both of them lead to more profit. So like I said, maximizing LTV, even just boosting your LTV from like $3,000 to $4,200 with a continuation is a 40% increase, which gives you a higher profit margin, a higher tolerance for rising CPAs, etc. So how do we actually do this? This loops back to some of the stuff we talked about in phase one, which is like having a true offer ladder. So downsell to flagship to upsell, selling continuation. So you should never, ever, ever sell a high ticket info product that has lifetime access. The reason why you should never do lifetime access is because it honestly screws both parties. For you as the seller, it just gives people this entitlement that like, oh my God, yeah, I can buy this course today and then ask questions in it 2 years later and still receive the exact same amount of attention. So it becomes a nightmare on the fulfillment side because you have this never ending snowball of customers who are, you know, hitting your CSMs up, hitting your coaches up, etc. But then also even on the consumer side, when you give someone lifetime access to something, they have no urgency. Whereas like if you put a 6-month time frame on it or a 3-month time frame or whatever, it gives them urgency, and then it also gives you as the seller an opportunity to make money off of continuation. Next thing to consider to get your LTV up is having adjacent services and softwares. So like I said, you can either white label softwares, you can do affiliate kickbacks, however you want to do it, but basically you have to think about what else has the same customer as you. So if you have an e-commerce coaching program, what do all of the beginner e-commerce brands buy? What services are they subscribed to, et cetera? How can you make money having a kickback? How can you white label it, et cetera, et cetera? So ideally, you want customers paying you several times, and you have some hand in many other things they're paying for, given that they're starting a new business. So when you think about it, like Amazon, real estate, like whatever the businesses are that require a bit more startup capital, like how can you kind of, you know, get your hand in that pot and basically either get people a better rate or just make a little bit more money on your side. Next thing to consider when it comes to maximizing LTV is obviously financing. So I already plugged WAP in phase one, but if you want the best financing options on the market, just feel free to DM me. We'll get you in on the best fees and get you best setup, et cetera, et cetera. Next thing to consider when it comes to little tweaks is the sales team efficiency. So another thing that can't be overlooked is the importance of your sales team. This entire video has been on the marketing kind of offer side, but no matter how good any of that stuff is, your sales team can be and often is the Achilles heel. And look, I'm not trying to just point the finger at sales teams or whatever, because I work with a lot of really good sales teams and I have the privilege of doing that. But just from everything I've seen over the past few years, sales is just as important as marketing in this entire high ticket info space. So I just want to give you guys like a few key takeaways of things that I've noticed as someone who is not a salesperson or not a sales trainer. I'm not claiming to be either of those things. One thing I would say that's really important is just having a really good culture and competitiveness. So like I see a lot of times where there's like 1 or 2 sales reps and they kind of like live this like isolated life where it's like you have the offer owner and then you have like an appointment setter and a closer. And there's no real like synergy. Like it doesn't feel like a team, if that makes sense. But if you guys are all really tight, if you have really good communication, if you're constantly like staying in touch with each other, keeping each other accountable, et cetera, that's how you kind of make that smaller team feel a bit more like close knit. But then even beyond that, as you scale and you have multiple closers, multiple setters, you want all of them to be competing with each other. You want it to feel like a sports team, basically, when it comes to the team culture and competitiveness, because all it means is that they're going to be holding each other accountable and you're going to be making more money as the offer owner, as the operator. Next thing to consider on the sales team side is having a well-defined process and having proper management to stay accountable to it. So like, there's two kind of issues on the sales process side. It's like, one is the process not even well defined from the beginning. And then number two, are people not actually staying accountable to that process, or do you not have a manager basically holding standards up? And then third thing, like I said, is just having high standards team wide. So like, if you as the offer owner are slacking, your sales reps are going to feel like they can slack. If you don't basically police them or like hold them accountable when they're slacking, they're going to continue to slack and slack off worse. And eventually, like, they either just leave or the offer just makes a lot less money than it could. So those are the three biggest things I want to touch on. Obviously, this isn't a video about sales management or sales training whatsoever, because that is not what I do. So guys, at this point, we've went over everything when it comes to launching the offers, scaling it, and then eventually transitioning it into Evergreen. But at this point, if you've set up everything properly and you've dialed in your organic infrastructure and you're still not close to 250K a month, it's usually a constraint on the traffic side. So the way that I like to describe this is, you can't just throw ads at an offer that's not working properly. But if you dial in your infrastructure and you get to the point where everything is working properly and traffic is still a constraint, that's where it makes sense to get into paid ads. So in the next part of this course, I'm going to show you exactly how you can do that, essentially just how to start buying more calls and getting more at-bats for your sales team. So in this next phase of the course, I'm going to be going over everything that you need to do to transition into paid ads and eventually scale into your paid ads and surpass that 250K a month mark and hopefully get way further than that. So we'll see you over there. So over the past 3 years, I've worked with dozens and dozens of info products, and after working with all of them, I would feel very confident in saying that scaling to cold traffic isn't this nice thing that is optional. And, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, oh, maybe I'll do ads at some point. It's inevitable. Because the truth is that basically no one maintains their like peak organic numbers for more than 2 to 3 years. So if you're an info product doing a couple 100,000 a month or even a couple million a month, like odds are 1 to 2 years from now, you're not going to be doing those same numbers from just organic. And with that being said, everyone eventually has to lean into paid. It's just, do you want to do it when your business is going well and organic is crushing and you can kind of just make this stress-free transition into paid? Start by supplementing your organic traffic with paid traffic and then, you know, eventually just scale into paid. Or do you want to do it when your business is crumbling and you kind of need to save it? So it makes absolutely zero sense for anyone who is crushing with organic to be running no paid ads, just because you have so many people in your ecosystem. You get the very minimum just be running like some hammer them ads, you know, some basic direct response retargeting ads that you spend maybe 20, 30K a month on, and you probably bring back a 3 to 5X on, et cetera, et cetera. But in my opinion, like, it's got to be more than this at some point. You can do just the bare minimum in the beginning and kind of just get some exposure to paid ads, but eventually you're going to want to scale into it. And in my opinion, the only way to build an info product is with the intention of scaling to cold traffic. So you need to nail the positioning from day one, you need to nail the offer, and you need to nail kind of everything in between with the end goal in mind of scaling to paid traffic. But ultimately, like, when you end up transitioning into paid ads, this is how you buy back stability and control and kind of just boost the lifespan of your offer. So that's why I'm saying to think with the end in mind and build your offer with the ability to scale to cold from day one. So the reason why I say buying back stability and control is just because, like, I haven't worked with an offer that's like straight organic in a while, but what I would say is, like, when I used to work with clients who were only doing organic, it's one of those things where it's like you almost just kind of like hope and pray for more volume. You're like, oh, hopefully like my videos keep doing well, or hopefully the creator keeps posting more, etc. And it's like it's almost just like you're playing the game at like a very beginner level, whereas like with paid, it becomes a lot more linear to scale, and it feels a lot more like a real business rather than like when you're doing organic only. It kind of just feels like you're a creator that has a business on the back end, if that makes sense. So the analogy that I want to compare this to is Scaling with organic is like trying to date in your hometown, and then scaling with paid is like being able to date all around the world. And it's like one of those things where it's like, yeah, at the end of the day, like you could find your partner in your hometown, and that's kind of the equivalent of like, you know, you could have a really good business off of just organic, but it's like, think about everything else that's out there. Think about how much upside there is in dating throughout the entire world. Think about how much more potential there is just to do amazing things when you have the entire world. And it's like one of those things where it's like once you start dating throughout the entire world, you're never going to go back to just dating in your hometown. You'll be like, oh my God, I can't believe I only did that. But at the same time, if you can't even date well in your hometown, you don't have very good odds when it comes to the rest of the world. So you kind of need to warm up here, get everything working here, and then you can go to the rest of the world. I don't know why I thought of that the other day, but I hope that makes sense. So essentially, like, if you're still not sold on doing paid ads for your offer, offering paid ads to your clients if you're a growth operator or a service provider, you need to understand the value of adding consistency and stability to your offer. It's one of those things where it's like, imagine if instead of just praying that your organic keeps printing or your Instagram doesn't get banned or your YouTube channel, you know, keeps traction or whatever, imagine if you just knew, like, okay, I have this mechanism for out. Like, what would that do for your peace of mind, just knowing that your offer is not just going to crumble one day because, you know, your views slow down. The next thing is you have to understand that, like I said, inevitably everyone pivots to paid. Okay, so hopefully at this point you're sold on the idea of transitioning to paid ads, and odds are you wouldn't be watching this video if you weren't. So now that we've covered why, let's address the rest of the beginner questions you might have. So when should I start running ads? So what I would say is this is subjective. Like there's no, you know, cookie cutter answer where it's like, oh yeah, 6 months into your offer, you should be running paid. What I would say is that it makes sense to start running ads for your offer once you feel that your organic infrastructure is operating very well. So if you feel really confident in your sales team and, you know, your entire marketing process and just like the way everything runs organically, that's when it's time to transition into paid. Or if you're launching the offer from scratch and you don't have an organic following, then obviously you kind of just need to start from day one, and this is the only way you're going to make it work. And the next question is, who should be running my ads? So if you're an offer owner, should you be running the ads? Should you have a media buyer, et cetera, et cetera? Now, what I would say is that if you're the offer owner and your beginner budget is going to be less than like 20 to 30K a month, it almost like doesn't even make sense to hire a media buyer right off the bat, because it's one of those things where it's like, why would you spend 10, 20, 30K a month and then pay a media buyer like a quarter of that or a fifth of that just to manage the budget? It's one of those things where it's like, if you can learn how to run ads yourself, obviously you don't have to do it for the rest of the time, but it just makes a lot more sense to do it in the beginning when you're first starting out, just in terms of saving budget and whatnot. But then also at the same time, like, it's one of those things where it's really hard to hire for something if you have zero idea how it works on your own, and you have no idea if the person who you hired is doing a good job. You have no idea like what the baseline of results is, etc. So what I would say is, like, in the beginning, if you think you have the capacity for it, I would encourage anyone who's spending less than like 20 to 30K a month just to try to run their own ads. Now, beyond that, once you get to the point where you're spending 50K a month, 100K a month, you know, multiple hundreds of thousands a month, I think it makes a lot of sense in that position to hire a marketer. Now, there's a key difference here. The difference between a media buyer and a marketer to me is very simple. A media buyer who is typically paid like 5 to 10% of ad spend, or like a flat retainer, maybe $5,000 a month, they are strictly just like a button pusher. Like, they understand how Facebook works. They understand what data to look at. They understand how to launch campaigns, how to test, when to kill campaigns, when to scale, etc. That's really it. The difference between a media buyer and a marketer is that the media buyer just does stuff within Facebook, and a marketer understands the entire customer journey and the entire process. So like for me, for example, I do a lot more than just media buying for my clients. I'll go and design their funnels, I'll rewrite VSLs, I'll do all the email copy, I'll write all their webinars, I'll script new ads, I'll do all the media buying on top of that, and everything in between. But what I'm saying is, like, it makes a big difference in terms of the responsibility and also the compensation for a media buyer versus a marketer. Now, look, if you already have a marketing team, you already have an email guy, and you have someone who does your webinars and your VSLs and your funnel design, etc., you might just want a media buyer in that situation. But if you're someone where like you don't have a lot of marketing infrastructure, it makes a lot of sense to hire one marketer, keep it all within one roof, someone who's doing your paid ads, your organic strategy, and everything in between. Next question is, where should I be sending my traffic? So we're going to go into that into a second, but essentially you only have a few choices when it comes to like standard info product funnels. Like, you have low ticket to high ticket, you have call funnels, you have webinars, you have challenges, you have DM ads, And those are really like the main ones. So it's really just like a process of elimination I'm going to walk you through in a second. And how much do I need to start? Very common question. So the beginner testing budget that I recommend for all my clients is set aside 20 to 30K that you're okay spending throughout the course of a month, and you have zero attachment to that money. Like, you could spend all 30 grand of it and you're not going to stress about it. So with that being said, like, most people don't want to start running ads until they're in that like 50 to 100K a month ballpark. And honestly, that's where I think it makes sense to start looking into paid ads. But in terms of budget, I would say put aside 20 to 30K for a month. So that's around $700 to $1,000 a day. And that really gives you a good swing at it. Okay, so step number 2 is, and I was just teasing this a little bit, is positioning your offer for cold. So what I mean by this is your offer a lot of the time is just something that you've sold to your organic audience, and it works because your organic audience knows, likes, and trusts you. But I would say around half of the people that I've worked with when they're trying to transition from organic to cold, depending on the niche and depending on the offer type, they have to make some pretty serious adjustments to be able to actually have it be profitable to see success on cold traffic. So I want to give you kind of a non-exhaustive list of what to consider when it comes to trying to figure out if your offer is positioned for success on cold traffic. Obviously, this isn't everything that you could consider. It'd be really hard for me to boil every single nuance point into a YouTube video, but here's just a few things. So first thing I would say is, can you position the offer to a financially qualified demographic? So what I mean by this is, like, the organic dropshipping kind of offers, like, those usually don't do as well to cold traffic, because organic dropshipping is inherently a business that's made for people with like little to no money who want to just kind of like spin up a store and, you know, maybe make like a few $1,000s a month. So that's one big thing to remember, is like something like that versus like an investment real estate kind of offer. Like, a lot of broke people, from what I've seen at least, if you position your offer properly, are not going through like real estate funnels just because they understand, like, okay, I am broke. I do not have money to go and buy a bunch of Airbnbs or go and buy a bunch of Section 8 houses, etc. Obviously, some people position it as like, oh, no money down or whatever, but that's kind of like slippery slope. But I'd say either way is, when you have an offer where people inherently understand, like, okay, I need money to do this, it kind of just helps a lot with overall lead quality and attracting financially qualified people. Whereas if you have an offer that is inherently built for broke people, when you position it on cold the same way that you position it on organic, you're going to have a lot of issues with broke people. The next thing is something that I came up with. I call it the mall test. So essentially, like, I had a friend who was wondering about selling his offer that he sold on organic to cold traffic. I was like, I think the offer is a little bit too complicated. Like, kind of like the positioning of the offer is a bit too complicated. And the example I gave him is like, look, if you went back home for Thanksgiving and you were shopping at the mall on Black Friday and you try to explain to one of your friends that you knew from high school what the business that you run is, would they understand? And that's kind of just like my visual representation of cold traffic, because obviously when you scale an offer to cold traffic, you're inherently just scaling it to people who are like very mid-curve IQ. And obviously those people are like still a lot of your buyers. So what I would say is that, like, there's a reason why things like Amazon FBA and like Airbnb and trading and all these other offers work on cold. It's because it's easy for people to grasp. Whereas like if you take some super niche offer that's like only revolving around the info product space, et cetera, and you try and scale it to cold, in my opinion, it's just an uphill battle. So the next question is, does your offer stand out against the crowd, and are you in a red ocean versus a blue ocean? So I'll give you some examples. So like in the free course and a couple other times, I've referenced this one offer that is like a fitness offer on steroids, no pun intended. It's like a fitness offer with the blood work protocol, and I'm assuming they charge really high ticket for it because it's positioned towards CEOs and business leaders, etc. That's a really good example of an offer that stands out against the crowd in a red ocean that is fitness offers. Or on the other hand of that, if you want to have success with cold, you can just sell something that's like relatively blue ocean. So there's a lot of niches where there's only a handful of people really scaling to cold traffic. Like some of my clients, honestly, we only have a handful of competitors, and that's one thing that makes it a lot easier for us. Is it's not like high ticket sales or e-com where you have like 50 different people that are all selling coaching and trying to run paid ads to coaching offers in that niche. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Now, the next question that you have to ask yourself is your answer facing a headwind or is it riding a tailwind? So a good example of this is like SMMA offers. So what I would say is, like, obviously there's a lot of offers now that are doing decently, or some of them that are doing really well, where it's like SMMA repackaged, repositioned, etc. But if you just tried to take like a normal SMMA offer and didn't try to spin anything new into it, and you just try to take that to cold traffic, I'd imagine that your odds of seeing success are a lot lower rather than like these new repositioned versions of it. So that's an example of facing a headwind. It's like, you know, people have been selling SMMA programs for over 10 years now. There's been hundreds of thousands of people that have bought these programs. Like at a certain point, you're kind of fighting an uphill battle. Whereas like a good example of riding a tailwind is like anything that has AI incorporated to it. And honestly, even now at this point, like the whole AI thing, in my opinion, is getting kind of played out. Like obviously, I really believe in AI long term. I'm just saying in terms of like info products that are trying to add AI into the name of it. But that's still a good example of riding a tailwind in the sense that like a lot of people are very interested in AI, how they can make money off of AI. So you have that working in your advantage rather than like facing a headwind like the SMMA example. The next question you have to ask yourself is, do you have proof of concept with other offers? So what I would say is like, ideally, it's not a bad thing if you have competitors on paid traffic. Obviously, if you have 100 competitors, it makes it a little harder. But if you're like the second mover, the third mover, that's honestly not a bad place to be at all, because the first or second mover has already taken a bunch of that risk and kind of proved to you that it can work. And then you just have to figure out how to reposition your offer and make it better than theirs, or just compete with them. So with that being said, if you have someone who has proof of concept in your niche, or if you already have proof of concept with your organic offer, it can give you insights into messaging, funnel strategies, etc., that you can use to kind of make your iteration process on paid a little bit smoother. Next thing is, and I kind of just touched on this, do you have proof of concept on organic that you can roll over? So obviously, like one of the easiest ways to just kind of transition into paid ads is going from being majority organic to like 80% organic, 20% paid. And then eventually you just kind of slide that scale into the point where you're like 50-50 between organic and paid. And maybe at a certain point, you even go to where the majority of your sales are coming from paid. But with that being said, like if you already have confidence in your offer on organic, that makes it so much easier to roll it into paid, because you already understand what hesitations people have, what resonates with people that makes them buy, so you can amplify that in your paid sales process, et cetera, et cetera. So again, guys, not an exhaustive list, but just a handful of things to consider when you're positioning your offer for cold traffic. So step number 3 is deciding what funnel to start running ads to. So the simple answer to this question is, if you already have a funnel that's already converting well in organic, just use that, because you've already dialed in the process, you've perfected everything, your sales team is comfortable taking those calls or handling those leads, etc. But if not, it's really just a simple process of elimination. So like I said in the beginning of the video, you only have like a handful of options to really choose from. And the way that you choose, in my opinion, is you just have to understand that every funnel has a certain percentage of reliance on sales versus marketing. And it's important to understand this because, you know, you have strengths in your offer. Like maybe your strength is your sales team, so you want to lean into them a little bit. Or maybe you have one closer who's like kind of suspect in terms of his performance. So like you want to stay, you know, away from him in terms of reliance, and you're a really good marketer. But either way, I would say like these numbers are kind of up in the air, but this is just my opinion. I would say that call funnels are right around 50-50 in terms of marketing versus sales reliance. Like, you know, for you to see success with the call funnel, it's about 50% on the marketing side, about 50% on the sales side. Something like DM ads, I would say it's like 20% reliant on marketing, like 80% reliant on sales, just because usually with like DM ads, you don't have like a VSL or a landing page or anything like that you're sending them to. It's literally just like the first 10 seconds lifting for you, and then the rest of the sales team. Next thing, like low ticket to high ticket, I would say it's around 75% marketing and around 25% sales, just because like the entire offer has to be really well done, the sales page, all the copy, VSLs, etc. And if that's not well done, you're not even going to get purchasers, so your sales team isn't really going to even get at bat. And then the last thing is like webinars, for example, are around 60% marketing and 40% sales. So point being with that is, you want to really take an objective look at your offer and be like, okay, what do I think my strengths are? What do you think my weaknesses are? If you think you're around the same strength on the sales and marketing side, I would just say go for something like a call funnel or a webinar. Personally, my bias is to always just go for call funnels, and I can explain why later on in the video. But ideally, you're scaling a funnel that aligns with your ICP and has a high probability to convert. So what I mean by this is, if you have like a high net worth audience, you probably don't want to start with something like live webinars, just because the main bottleneck for a lot of high net worth people is that they don't have a lot of time. They just want to like figure out if the offer is for them. They just want something that's going to get them their information quick. They can figure out if the offer is for them, and then they can just buy it if they want. So I wouldn't go for something like live webinars. I would go for something like maybe a call funnel. Next thing is, it leans into the strengths of your current situation, like we just said. And the last thing is, it's something that has quick feedback loops and a quick iteration process. So what I mean by feedback loops is take, for example, like a webinar or a challenge. Let's say that your hypothetical webinar was like on the 7th of the month and you started spending on ads on the 1st of the month. So all the way from the 1st to the 7th, obviously you're running the ads, you're seeing the cost per lead fluctuate, et cetera, and then you run the webinar on the 7th. And then let's say, hypothetically, you're booking them to calls. And by the time you're through all of the calls and you can actually figure out like how profitable you were on ads, it's like the 10th or the 11th of the month. So it's by the time like you make that decision, you can't even run the next webinar until like the 18th of that month. And point being is it has really long feedback loops. Whereas like something like a call funnel, I can put up call funnel ads tonight. I can have calls rolling in the morning and my setters are talking to them immediately. I have Leadify data popping, et cetera, et cetera. And I can see immediately the kind of leads that my ads are attracting. So that's something that has a really quick feedback loop, because if I understand like, oh, the lead quality on these is really bad, then we change the messaging on these ads. Oh, a bunch of people are showing up to the calls not understanding this thing. Let me add this onto the front end, et cetera, et cetera. It just makes the entire iteration process a lot quicker. Whereas like if you're trying to scale only webinars, like I said, you have like a 10 to 14 day feedback loop sometimes that really prolongs your iteration process over the span of months, because it's like for you to make a change, you can only run like maybe 2 or 3 webinars a month. So for you to make 10 changes, that takes 3 months. Whereas like 10 changes on a call funnel can be done in like 3 weeks. You get my point. Okay, so step 4 is pre-launch. Just a few more things to consider. So here's everything you need to have built out pre-launch for a VSL call funnel. Obviously, that's kind of my bias, like I've said. So you need to have a VSL that's built for cold traffic. So if you have one that's written like super direct for warm traffic, you're gonna need to pivot to VSL. The next thing is you need a landing page built out. So like the basic structure is just headline, VSL, application, and then you can add like social proof and then potentially sections underneath that are just like content based. Next thing is you want multiple proven angles to test through. So what I would say is like we have different messaging angles for each of the offers we work with. So like let's say for example one of them is positioned to like a corporate audience, and then the next one is like, you know, a more general audience, and then the next one is like more of an investment focus, et cetera, et cetera. I like to have 2 to 3 batches of like 10 different messaging angles. So what I mean by that is like, okay, those 3 groups I just named off, I would want to have around 10 different ads within each of those groups, or 20 or 30 total, just so that way if I throw one of the ad groups up and it doesn't do well, I have another one on ice and I don't have to wait for the creator to film more ads. Next thing is you want like an application funnel built out properly with self-liquidating offer and then conditional logic. So what I mean by that is like the type form has to be programmed properly so that only qualified people are hitting your thank you page, so that way the pixel's only firing there, and then all the unqualified people can go to either like a downsell calendar or even like a low ticket offer if you have that. Next thing is you need to have like your sales team dialed. So obviously you're not really going to figure out if your sales team is good or not if you've never worked with them before until they actually start taking calls, but you want to just kind of use your best judgment and hire competent people. Next thing is you want all the pre-call processes dialed in. So you want like pre-call emails, SMS reminder flows, etc. You want to build your confirmation page the right way, so you want to have like a thank you page video, some FAQ videos, etc. We do the hammer them ads, and then we also just want to have proper tracking and data in place, so we do Hyros and Leadify for all of our clients. So the one thing to understand pre-launch is that you have to understand that your disadvantage when you start running paid ads is your lack of context and data around what works for you and your account. So the way to skew the odds of success back into your favor is to kind of have all of these boxes checked and build out your infrastructure properly before you ever put a dollar spend through. Just because if you start running ads and you don't have any data on your offer, you have no pixel conditioning, etc., and you have like 6 of these things that are, you know, missing and some of them are done half-assed, like you're not putting yourself in a good position for success. So I would rather just put the time in, front load it, and just get all of this built out the right way, get everything set up the right way so that you go into it day one having the best odds of success possible. Another massively important concept to understand is that your success or lack of success with paid ads is around 40% dependent on what's going on inside of Facebook ads. So, you know, your creatives, the targeting, the campaign structure, etc., and around 60% dependent on the infrastructure you're running the ads to. So like we talked about in one of the last steps, like picking the funnel that you run the ads to with intention, and then also everything else that goes into the infrastructure. So when it comes to like the funnel itself, pre-call processes, sales team approach, sales team skill level, et cetera, et cetera. The point I'm trying to make is that if you have success with paid ads, it's not just because of your media buyer, your marketer. And if you fail with paid ads, it's not just because of your media buyer or your marketer. It's always like a two-way street. So it's important to understand that having success with paid ads is so much more than like having one perfect creative or having a perfect campaign structure. It's like a holistic approach where everything has to be working at least at like a 7 or an 8 out of 10 to actually see success. So next step number 5 is creating direct response ads that convert. So one of the biggest variables that will determine your success with paid is the ability to create direct response ads that attract well-framed and financially qualified leads into your funnel. So messaging, aka the actual words being said in your ads, is quite literally make or break. And it can also be like a very fine line in terms of what attracts terrible leads versus amazing leads if you don't know what you're doing. So with that being said, you need to be testing dozens of ads every month and continually testing new front-end messaging. And the good news is, because of AI, this has never been easier. So let's break down exactly how you can do it and how we manage to crank out, I'm not even kidding, hundreds of ads per week across all of our offers. So you guys have heard me talk about this tool a lot, but Poppy AI is an absolute game changer when it comes to creating direct response ads. So essentially the way that Poppy works at a high level, I've talked about it a bunch, but essentially what you do is this box right here is just the AI chat, and it has a bunch of LLMs that it can run off of. So typically, like, I'm just using Claude. But the really cool thing about Poppy is kind of the way it works visually. So you can attach a bunch of context. So what I'll do, for example, when I'm writing a new batch of ads for a client, is I'll attach like a bunch of their YouTube videos, VSL script, emails, like past ads that I've written for other clients, et cetera, et cetera. And it makes it a lot easier to just get high quality output when you're feeding it all of this context. So Poppy is one of those things that I'm using quite literally on a daily basis just to refine ads. Obviously, a lot of them still need to be touched up manually, but it's just really good for clients that are testing a lot of ads per week just to actually be able to keep up with it. Just because if I was writing hundreds of ads per week manually, like that would be all I have time to do in the day. So step number 6 is kind of just like some quick best practices to boost your odds of quick success. So the first thing to mention is financial modeling, just because with ads, like it's quite literally all a numbers. It's just dollars in versus dollars out. And a lot of people are obsessed on like just a couple of metrics. They're like, oh, my ROAS sucks, or oh, my cost per call sucks, but they don't actually understand the full picture. So it's really important to do like a full funnel financial model in terms of like everything on the Facebook side, all the way down to the sales team side, and just kind of understanding why numbers are falling the way they are. So with all of our clients that we run paid ads for, we're reviewing this on like a weekly basis, just because it's kind of counterintuitive to go and like obsess over this data unless you're spending like tens of thousands of dollars a day, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars a day, because Facebook ads are just naturally volatile and you're going to have fluctuations that are just completely random, and that's just the way that Facebook works. But it's really important to keep a pulse on your numbers on like a week to week basis, just because that's when you understand like where your numbers are going, what's breaking in your funnel, et cetera, and that's how you get it from having a bunch of, you know, dumpster fires on a regular basis. You need to stay on top of your numbers, and you need to have a really good pulse on everything that's going on in the business. And the way to do this is through understanding the numbers. So the next thing that's kind of related to this is understanding your KPIs at each step of the funnel and being cutthroat about monitoring and maintaining KPIs. So first, like, I just kind of want to run through these KPIs. Like, obviously they're a bit general, and you need to kind of go through the process of understanding these numbers for your business and understanding where you stand currently. But like, for example, CPMs, they're obviously going to vary, but what we see on most of our B2C offers is like $30 to $50 is tolerable. We want to have like above a 1% click-through rate. Obviously, none of these numbers are like end-all be-all. Like, oh, if you have a 0.88 click rate, but your ad is at a 5x ROAS somehow, like, don't turn it off. What I'm saying is, like, you just have to understand like kind of baseline. You want the messaging to actually be aligned with your ideal ICP, and you're not artificially inflating your numbers with like clickbaity stuff. So like at the time I'm doing this, a lot of people are running VO3 ads, and I think when used tastefully, they really can be like a good tool to have in your arsenal. But if you just run VO3 ads of like a really hot girl like jumping out of, you know, the Grand Canyon, and your offer is like how to do bookkeeping, like if you don't have the messaging dialed in properly, you're going to get really cheap calls, but they're also not going to be like quality leads whatsoever. So what I would say is like stuff like VO3 and Sora like literally just came out at the time that I'm recording this, And what I'd say is like, I'm definitely looking into how to use these tools, but you have to use them tastefully. And the point being is you don't just want to artificially inflate like your click-through rate by having some like crazy ad that has a bunch of clickbaity stuff, but it doesn't actually attract like serious prospects. Next thing, these are like your within funnel metrics. So what I would say is like, we shoot for around 3 to 5% of people who hit our page are actually going and filling out the application. They're qualified and they're booking a call. So what I'd say is like, okay, if we have 100 people land on the page in a day, we should have like 3 qualified calls, give or take. You want the VSL engagement rate to be around 25%. Again, this isn't like make or break number. It's just like a good rule. No major application drop off. So you don't want to see like 50% of people leaving at one question or 70% of people leaving at one question. You want everything to be kind of minimal and consistent throughout the application. The main thing here is obviously just cost per call. Like all of these numbers combined with these numbers are what's going to make up the cost per call. So what I would say is like, you want to just really focus on that and then understand like the sub metrics that make up your cost per call. And what I would say is like, you want to also just model out like, is a $350 call profitable for your business? Is a $180 call profitable for your business? And just understand like the best case scenario, the worst case scenario, and like a moderate case scenario for your business specifically. Next thing are kind of like the sales process numbers. So we want to see that like 70 to 80% of calls booked are not being canceled. So they're actually qualified. Something like LeadFi helps with that a lot, and the leads are actually responsive. Next number is around a 40 to 50% show rate on remaining calls. So like, let's say you have 100 calls, you cancel 20 of them, so you have 80 left over. We want to see at least like 30 to 40 of those show up. And overall, this is like more of a qualitative thing, but you just want to see that the leads are like bought in, they're higher intent, they understand the business model. Like obviously they still have objections, they still have questions, etc., but they at least understand like what's going on. And then in terms of the sales team stats, we want to see around like a 25 to 30% close rate. We want to see like a high cash per call. So what I'd say rule of thumb is just like 70 to 80% of the PIF price. Like you don't want to be getting like a 50% close rate, but like everything's like 4 pays and 5 pays. We want to see a high cash per call. And then ideally we're aiming to liquidate around 25 to 30% of ad spend from downsells. So like if you're spending 100K a month, we want to see like 20 to 30K a month coming just from downsells and other offers, because that just gives you a lot of stability, a lot of margin for error, and also just like more margin to bid when ad costs go up. Okay, so now that we've gone through the KPIs, next best practice is just to maintain congruency throughout the entire customer journey. So I like using this example because I know they do really well on paid traffic, and their messaging is a big reason why. So again, like I said earlier, when you're first starting out, you're at a disadvantage because of a lack of context and data around your offer. So you need to make up for it and kind of front load your success by putting in a lot of work on the messaging side and just really dialing it in. So even if you have a decent personal brand, you almost want to act like you don't, and you want the messaging to be so precise and dialed in that people would buy from you even if they had no idea who you were prior. So like this is a really big test for a lot of people who are big on organic, is like, can you actually convert cold customers? Like even though you have a big personal brand, can you actually build an infrastructure that is so dialed in terms of messaging that people will buy from you even if they have no idea who you are? So like if you go through their funnel, all of this company's ads are only speaking to high net worth men. Like I've seen they're explicitly calling out guys who make over 150K a year. They'll have things like #1 coaching company in the world for high net worth men. I've seen things on the landing page where like, if you make less than 150K a year, like please leave this page. And there's a few reasons why they're doing that. One, it's because like a part of their brand, like at this point, like people probably know him as they're like, oh, you're the guy who, you know, helps people who make over 150K a year. And obviously when you think about that, that's a really good person to be known as, because you are like almost branding yourself as the person who coaches high net worth people. Next thing is obviously like pixel conditioning. So if they can really control who's coming through their funnel, it's going to help with their pixel conditioning a lot. And then also the other thing is they've probably just realized that like, okay, at a certain point, like maybe they weren't so specific on the 150K a year thing in the beginning, but then they realize like, okay, 90% of our revenue or whatever the percentage is coming from high net worth men. Let's just only sell to those people. And obviously that just gives you a way higher LTV, makes your sales process a lot easier when you know that everyone coming through your funnel can afford your program. It's just a matter of getting them over the line, et cetera, et cetera. So all their ads, landing pages, VSLs, thank you pages. I didn't go through their funnel and like funnel hack them, but I'm assuming all of it speaks to only their ICP. So this is what congruency looks like, hence why they crush cold traffic. So like obviously you don't have to sell to such a narrow specific group of people, but if you can sell to a more financially qualified demographic, like we said in the very beginning, it's obviously going to help your odds with paid traffic. But what I'd say is like, even if you're not selling to a specific customer, you still have to know your customer really specifically, if that makes sense. So what I'd say is like you can have a few different archetypes of people that you're testing, and your messaging kind of is in the middle of those people. But it makes it a lot easier to sell to people when you know who you're selling to, if that makes sense. It's one of those things where it's like if you're trying to speak to everyone, you end up speaking to nobody. So the next thing is monitoring sales team efficiency and standards. So you can do everything perfectly on the front end and still get terrible results if your sales team isn't in check. So obviously I'm not a sales manager. I'm not claiming to be a sales expert, but I do work with salespeople every day. So here's just a few things I would say. You have to set expectations with the sales team up front about learning curve on these leads. So you just have to let them know, like, look, this is going to be a gradual process. This is something that we really need to get down in terms of like making your income more stable. We can pack out your calendars every day once we get this to work, but I just need you to be really responsive. I need you to be really patient. I need you to kind of just give me your best effort. Next thing is speed to lead. So every single person who applies, whether they're qualified or unqualified, should be getting called and texted within 10 minutes, non-negotiable. Even 5 minutes is ideal. You need to quality check everything on the sales team side. Either you're doing this or your sales manager is doing this, but everything from pre-call text, automation, setter scripts, like dialers, the scripts that they're using, et cetera, et cetera. What I'd say is like, just because the sales team is so reliant on like humans, there's always going to be a lot of human error. So you need to do your best to keep this in check and just have someone who's managing and owns that entire process. And the last thing is when we launch a new team, like I'm getting excessive amounts of feedback from the sales team, so I know it's a change on the front end. So with that being said, you might have to actually train your salespeople on your team how to give helpful feedback. So like saying that these leads are unqualified is not very helpful. You have to tell me why they're not qualified. Is it strictly financial, or are they not buying on the business model, or like do they have these misconceptions, et cetera, et cetera. So it's one of those things where it's like having really good feedback from sales reps can be extremely helpful, but having really bad feedback from sales reps basically does nothing for you. So you need to almost train your sales reps about how to give proper feedback. Okay, so the next principle to understand is that little tweaks at scale make a big difference, especially with the leverage of paid traffic. And what I mean by this is if your paid ads infrastructure, what I mean by that is like essentially the funnel and the customer journey is operating at like an 80% efficiency when you're spending $20K a month. When you are spending $100K a month and it's still operating at 80%, you're leaving a lot of money on the table. So what I mean by this is it's a lot easier to kind of clean up all of your efforts before you scale rather than to like scale the mess and then you're making really expensive mistakes when you're spending more on ads. So things like getting your show rate up, getting the number of PIFs and cash collected per close up, having a variety of financing options, cleaning up 20 to 30% of ad spend with downsells, testing new landing pages, testing new application structures, et cetera, et cetera. They might all be marginal tweaks alone. So what I mean by this is like this might add a few percent to your bottom line. This might add a few percent to your bottom line, but compounded on top of each other, these make a massive difference at scale. So again, if you're launching paid for your offer from the first time, you need to do literally everything within your control to stack the deck in your favor. So you have to go into launching paid ads with almost like a pessimistic mindset. It's like, okay, it might take 30 days, 60 days for me to get to the point where I'm like decently profitable. But at the same time, you want to be really aggressive with your effort and do everything within your power to make it work quicker. So that way you get to that point where you're scaling fast quicker. And then the sixth thing kind of just ties right back into that. It's essentially just like rigging the deck in your favor. So the way I think about this is like, okay, let's say if you launched your paid ads with zero effort whatsoever, like you just threw up a random ad, random landing page, you didn't pay attention to anything, your sales team sucked, whatever, you would be at like a 0.2 or like a 0.3 ROAS probably, like maybe like 0.5 if you're lucky. What I mean by this is that's like the base case. That's like your kind of baseline if you had no intelligence and no effort whatsoever. And to get to the point where you are doing like quite literally 10x that output, like instead of at a 0.3x, you're at a 3.0 or you're at a 4.0. You need to essentially like have force multipliers pushing your way instead of the other way. Like this is option number one, this is option number two. You need to be using your force as much as possible to push you towards this. And what I mean by this is when you start, your odds of being in a really bad spot are basically just the same as your odds of being in a really good spot. And what you need to do is you need to essentially just rig the deck in your favor so you can keep pushing yourself towards this end goal. So things like thinking about liquidating ad spend, having a hungry and scrappy sales team, And using, financing and using tools like LeadFi are one of the best ways to rig the deck in your favor and essentially buy back control and kind of just skew the odds of success back in your favor. So what LeadFi does is as soon as you pull name, email, phone number on any of your leads, whether it's a webinar funnel, DM funnel, call funnel, whatever, it will zap into your CRM within just a minute or two their exact buying power. So I won't go into extensive depth about what metrics that entails, but it's pretty crazy when you can put up a batch of ads. Like let's say I launched a call funnel tonight at midnight, I threw up a new campaign. Tomorrow morning when I wake up, I can not only see how many calls I booked, I can see the exact buying power of each of those leads. So that way I can make really quick decisions as to like, okay, this is the kind of audience that I'm looking to reach, let me scale, or this isn't the kind of audience that I'm looking to reach, let me just take a breather, wait for it to play out, or let me pull back the spend. And with that being said, like not only on the media buying side, but also on the sales team side, because now there's no more pointing the finger between marketing and sales like, oh, these leads are unqualified. No, they're actually not. I can see their buying power. Or the marketer pointing the finger at the sales team like, oh, these leads are qualified. The point I'm trying to make is like everything without LeadFi is just on hearsay. It's like, oh, this lead said they're qualified on the type form and they sounded qualified on the call, but then the closer says they're not qualified. And we're like, shit, like I guess we're just trusting the closer. Whereas if you have something like LeadFi and you have hard data, you can tell is the bottleneck in sales, is the bottleneck in marketing, and there's a bunch of other use cases for LeadFi. I'm not going to make this like a full-blown thing, but they are like technically an agency client of mine, and I work with them very closely. So if you're interested in learning more about LeadFi, you can go ahead and DM me on Instagram. Just put the word LeadFi somewhere in the message, and I'll be sure to connect you with Douglas and the team personally. But I have nothing but good things to say about LeadFi. I literally make it a requirement for all of my teams to use just because it makes my life so much easier. And even before we started working together, like I was a raving fan of the product, so I highly recommend it. So yeah, guys, that brings us to the end of phase 1, getting prepared to launch your paid ads. So I'll see you in phase 2. All right, welcome back, guys. Now we are in phase 2 of the Info Products Paid Ads free course. So in phase number 2, we are going to be talking about a very important time in your journey of running paid ads for your info product or for your clients' info products, which is the time from when you launch until you start seeing proof of concept. So what I'm going to say is that this is where the majority of people quit. I've talked to so many people who are like, oh yeah, I tried running ads. It just didn't work. I'm like, oh, well, how long did you try it for? And they're like, oh, 2 weeks. And how much did you spend? Oh, I spent $5,000. And how many ads did you test? Oh, I tested 3 ads. Like, it's because they dropped off in this period of time, and people drop off like flies in this period of time. But what I would say is that if you can make it through this period of time, you put yourself in a way better position to succeed. So let's talk about what exactly that means. So in phase number 1, we talked about getting prepared to launch and kind of everything you need to know pre-launch. But now let's actually go into Ads Manager and turn on the ads. I'm not actually going to do that in this video, but I want to talk about how you actually start and launch. So again, please take this with a grain of salt just because there's nuance for every situation. Like if you're an offer that's already doing $500K a month and I started working with you, I'd maybe start a little differently than this, but like in general, if I were to give general advice, this is how I would start. So when I first start with paid ads, like I said in the last phase, I like to have 2 to 3 different messaging angles with 10 ads within each group. I want to have all those creatives ready to go on ice just so that way when I launch, I actually have all the ammo I need. But when it comes to actually launching, I'm going to start with the CBO. I'm going to put that CBO up at around a $700 to $1,000 a day budget. I'm going to have 3 ad sets within that CBO. I'm going to test warm or an interest stack. I'm going to test a lookalike stack and a broad stack. So what this means is if you have like a warm audience, like if you have a big Instagram that can pull off the engagers, I'm going to do that. Or if you have like an email list, I'm going to pull that. If you have interest stacks, like for example, if it was an Amazon offer, maybe I would test like e-commerce, Shopify, like entrepreneurship, all these different things in an interest stack. That would be one ad set. The next ad set would be a lookalike, or maybe I'm going to pull a lookalike of all the qualified sales calls that you've had show up in the past 6 months, something like that. And then the third ad set is just going to be a broad ad set. Typically, I'll just do like male, female, and I'll kind of bake it down into one age range. So if the majority of the people that you close on your offer are like 25 to 40, I'm just going to target 25 to 40-year-olds. And within those 3 ad sets, I'm going to have the same 8 to 10 creatives with 5 combinations of body copy, headlines, etc. So what this means is like I'm gonna take the one group of creatives, like let's say for example it's like the 9 to 5 interest, for example, and I'm gonna test all of the same ads with 3 different ad sets. So the creatives in this case are going to be the control variable, and then I'm going to put all of the combinations of body copy, headlines, etc. that Facebook Dynamic Creative allows you to do, and I'm going to launch it. And then on top of that, I'm going to launch Hammer Them Ads. So it's basically just everyone who like hits the application or actually books a call with us. They're going to get retargeted with a bunch of content, and we can get into that into another video. And the entire Hammer Them strategy, of course, is from Jeremy Haynes. So if you want more information about that, go ahead and check out his channel. You probably have already seen that. But either way, once you launch, what do? Because it's like, this is one of the hardest parts, is just being patient when you're launching. Like when you launch, you really should not be doing anything for at least a few days besides like talking to the sales team, fixing stuff within the infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. Like you kind of just want to like take a little hands-off approach, take a breather, and just like chill out. Don't try and start making 100 different changes within Ads Manager as soon as you launch. So when it comes to once I launch, what am I doing? So I'm kind of just like keeping an eye on things from a distance. Here's what I'm monitoring in order. So I kind of made like a little hierarchy. So the first thing I'm monitoring is like front end metrics. So it's just like CPMs, click-through rates, cost per call, etc. Like all the stuff within Facebook, I'm just keeping an eye on that at first. Next thing is going to be like stuff on the landing page. So it's going to be like the percentage of people who hit the page to how many of those actually are qualified to book a call. Like I said, cost per call, application quality. Another big like qualitative thing that I'm going to be focusing on is just like the setter feedback and the lead quality. So like setter feedback, just like, hey, are the majority of leads that come through the funnel, like, are they responding to you? Are they well framed? Like, do they understand what's going on? Or are they like drunk? Whatever it may be in terms of feedback. I've definitely had setter feedback all over the spectrum. Like, oh yeah, this guy's a convicted felon and like he just got out of jail like 3 days ago and he booked a call. Obviously isn't great. Setter feedback. Also, I've had setter feedback where it's like, oh yeah, this guy's been following the creator for like 3 years. He just finally booked a call. I'm more so looking for stuff on that side of the spectrum. When it comes to lead quality, I'm just going to keep plugging Leadfi because it honestly is so important throughout the entire process. But like it helps so much with lead quality just in terms of me launching. And for the first time, when we're putting paid ads up for an offer and I can see like the exact buying power of all the leads coming through the funnel, it just gives me so much like peace of mind and kind of like affirmation that we're going in the right direction. Next thing I'm gonna be looking at is like the show rate. So this is a common Achilles heel. Again, I'm not gonna get like too pressed about the show rate in the beginning just because the sales team is kind of working out the kinks. Like, you know, we might be perfecting a couple things in the pre-call process, but I don't want it to be like 20%. Like I want it to be like bare minimum 30%. We can kind of work up from there. And then close rate, same kind of rationale. Like it's not going to be perfect on day one, but I want to see that we're closing at least like 20%, like whether it's paid in fulls, half pays, etc. Like I'm a lot more laid back with things when we get started just because like I'm a lot more patient with things when we get started just because I understand that everything is a process, but like at the same time, I'm doing everything within my power to kind of get this iteration process going and get things working in our favor quicker. But you just have to have kind of like realistic expectations when you first launch. And then after all of that is ROAS. So like a lot of people will like launch paid ads and then like they'll go like 15 days and they'll be like, dude, my ROAS sucks. And it's like, okay, well, why does your ROAS suck? Like what's breaking in this entire hierarchy? What's lacking here that's leading to a bad ROAS? So you have to understand like ROAS is a lagging indicator and it's the result of all of these metrics compounded on top of each other. It's like, obviously, your ROAS is kind of like the end-all, be-all, but you have to understand like why your ROAS is what it is, if that makes sense. So as long as the front-end stats are tolerable and the lead quality is at least decent, like I'm letting things run for at least 5 to 7 days minimum before I'm touching anything. And like really, it's probably closer to like 7 to 10, if not 14 days, as long as things are going like okay. Like at the time that I'm launching this, it's, you know, we just launched a team a few days ago. And so like I'm literally in this process right now, and all I'm doing for that client is like I'm just talking to the sales reps. I'm just making sure that like these leads like have a pulse and our cost per call isn't terrible. But like beyond that, I'm kind of just like watching from afar. You have to let Facebook do its thing. You have to kind of understand that you're in a process of buying data, and really you want everyone on the same page with that. Like You want the offer owner on the same page. You want everyone involved with the offer on the same page. Like, look, like maybe not the sales reps. You want the sales reps kind of like handling every call like it's their last. But in terms of like having a realistic perspective on things, like you're not just going to launch paid ads and like immediately be profitable and like immediately have like a bunch of different levers that you have to pull. It's more of like a patience thing in the beginning, and then eventually you work up to the point where you're spending $1,000 a day, $2,000 a day, $5,000 a day. It's all gradual. But in the beginning is honestly kind of hard just to stay patient, because like, you know, you want to have like that quick instant gratification, like, oh yeah, like immediately pips coming through. Usually not the way it goes, especially when you're launching for the first time. Obviously, we have had offers where like literally the first week, like we're already super profitable and we're already running. That's typically when you already have like a creator who's pretty big on organic. So the reason why I'm very like patient when it comes to launching and kind of like my decision making when we launch is two things. One, it's like having a minimum frequency. So what I mean by this is like if you're launching paid for the first time and your creator doesn't have a massive organic following, like for a lot of people, this is the first time they've ever seen this person. And it's just like a lot of people are not going to take action on that first touch point. Like they're not just going to see an ad for the first time, go through the funnel, book a call. I mean, obviously some people will do that, but the majority of people need to be warmed up a little bit more. They need to see different ads that speak to them in different ways and hit different angles, etc. So that's one reason. Next thing is the idea of like just having a look back window. So like, for example, it's October when I'm filming this. If the client that I just launched, so like for example, the client that I just launched, like we've already got calls coming through. I'm sure we'll be getting closes in the next day or so. But the whole idea is like, okay, even if we go all of October and let's say we spend 50 grand and we bring back 100, that might not be like super exciting on the front end, but it's like, it's this snowball effect. I'm going to get to this in the next phase. But you spend 50 the first month, you bring back 100, and then the next month you spend 70 and you bring back 200, and then the next month you spend 100 and you bring back 350. And it's like this compounding thing, because it kind of relates to the first principle where it's like the more and more people that you have in your ecosystem, the more and more kind of like revenue potential you have as you go on. I'm going to get into this in the next phase, but it's just the whole idea of like a look back window. So it's like, okay, the money that I spent in October, I did a 2-to-1 on when I look on October 31st. But if I go back in Hyros and I look in December, all the people who came through my October ads, but they purchased in, you know, November, December, like maybe my ROAS is a 4-to-1 or a 5-to-1, and you're just compounding this over time. So when it comes to next steps after I launch, it's really just like a few scenarios. So the first scenario is it works and you just double down. So when it comes to doubling down, again, everyone has a different style of media buying, and I can make different recommendations depending on the situation. But either way, like if you want to double down, you could just scale that initial CBO. You could break out the winning creators into an ABO, or you can just launch new creators and just scale horizontally. So the scenario where you would double down is like you have good front end statistics, the lead quality is on par, if not really good. And even if the ROAS isn't ideal, like I said, this is more of a lagging indicator of success. As long as everything looks solid, you scale, in my opinion, and in my experience. Like you don't want to just stay at that $700 to $1,000 range forever and just wait till you magically get super profitable. Like you need to kind of build the momentum. Or if things don't work, you're going to land in really one of three scenarios usually. When it comes to pivoting, either you're going to pivot to completely new creatives, which is just like new messaging, new ad style, etc., which is like why I said I like to have a bunch of ads on ice just ready to go. Next pivot you can make is just new targeting. I would say this usually isn't as big of a lever, especially if you launch the way that I launched in the beginning of this phase. Or the third scenario is you have some optimizations to make within the funnel. So you might be optimizing the VSL or the landing page or the application or like the pre-call process, all that kind of stuff. I would say that that's probably the most common scenario here, is that like you're usually making changes to the infrastructure to kind of get the overall results better. Just that's like given you understand messaging really well and the front end messaging in the first batch of ads is really good. So like for example, that team that I just said in this video that I'm launching, like if I'm going back and making changes, I know that the messaging in the first batch of ads is pretty solid. So the tweaks that I'm going to be making first are probably going to be to like the landing page and the application and the pre-call process, et cetera, et cetera. So those are just like some kind of cookie cutter examples of what could happen when you launch. Obviously, it really is in your best interest to have a media buyer or a marketer that has kind of like been there, done that, so that way they can, make the right decision for you. But if I were to give you kind of just like high level advice, that's what I would say. So again, like I said, just take it with a grain of salt because everyone's situation is so different, but I'm just doing my best to try and give you some like general rules to follow. So step number 2 is kind of just adjusting your expectations. Like I said at the beginning of this phase, so many people quit in this period of the first day that they're launching till when they actually see proof of concept and any kind of traction with paid ads. And let's talk about why. So I like to call this like the little valley of despair when it comes to launching paid ads. And I would say it usually lasts anywhere from like 30 to 90 days, depending on how good your team is, how good your marketers are, et cetera, et cetera. But once you make it through that, it is a lot easier to just start seeing momentum. So let's talk about why most people quit in this valley of despair. It really boils down to a lack of context. You don't understand what it takes to see success with paid ads yet when it comes to all the messaging, everything in the funnel, everything on the sales team side. Like the entire equation is almost just like an unknown, and you've never really proven to yourself that you can be profitable with paid ads yet until obviously you do it with one client, and then it's just a matter, like for me at this point, like I understand that everything is just an iteration cycle, and because we've helped so many offers scale with paid ads, I just understand like, okay, I'm starting over with another client. It's 30 days, 60 days, 90 days until we get to the point where we want to be. But it comes down to a lack of context around what messaging works for your offer, what actually attracts financially qualified leads that your sales team is consistently closing. So there's a few different variables in there. It's like front-end messaging, it's what actually attracts financially qualified people, and then also what your sales team is capable of closing. Like with some of the offers that we work with, like yes, we can attract like a 50-year-old lead that has a bunch of money, but it's just not really going to be the easiest time for our sales team. So we go for like the 30-year-olds that have money, or like the 25-year-olds that have money, et cetera, et cetera. Lack of pixel conditioning and data. We talked about that a little bit earlier, but that's just like a natural process that you're going to have to go through in terms of conditioning your pixel properly and just buying back relevant data. And like I said in the last phase, most people don't buy on first touch point. They need to be warmed up, so they need to see your ads multiple times. And also just the natural sales cycle of high ticket info products. Like for a lot of people, like a $5,000 coaching program is probably like the biggest purchase they're going to make all year. So you just have to remember that like this isn't like an e-com product where it's going to be like a 5-minute impulse buy where like they see an ad and they just buy. Info product sales cycles are a lot different, so you have to adjust your expectations to align with that. So what that means is like e-com people are very impatient. It's like you launch ads, they're looking for proof of concept day one. Whereas like with info, you have to be a lot more patient in terms of like it's a lot longer game. You have to have a lot longer expectation in terms of how long it's going to take. But when it comes to info, it's a lot longer sales cycle, so you just have to adjust your expectations accordingly. So the first thing you have to do when it comes to like your KPIs is you're going to have to iterate to the point where all of these are even like tolerable. So like you might come out and your cost per call might be like $500. You just have to figure out how to get it down to like 200. Your show rate might be like 20-30%. You have to figure out how to get it up to like 40%. Your close rate might be like 20%. You have to figure out how to get it into like the 30s. What I'm trying to say is like in the beginning, it might just be this game of like getting it just to the point where it's like profitable. And then from there, it's like getting to the point where it's at a 2x. And then it's like getting out of the valley of despair and getting it to the point where like you have the ability to spend more, which means you're testing more ads, which means you're hitting everyone in your ecosystem more frequently. And it's just like this gradual process of like breaking out of this valley and slowly but surely like getting up this curve. So again, these numbers like $200 to $300 cost per call, 40% show rate, like 20 to 30% close rate. These aren't where you want to be long term, but if you can manage to get into this range, depending on your AOV, these numbers should at least make the numbers work to the point where you're profitable. But then it turns into iterating on each one of these respectively until they're in like a healthy profit KPI range. So you would have to go back to your financial models and figure out like, okay, my best case scenario is what? Like $180 cost per call. And my show rate is like a 50% show rate. And my close rate is like a 35% close rate. And my cash per call is X. And it turns into a game of kind of like attacking each one of those KPIs respectively until they're at like your best case scenario. So really like at a high level, the entire game of like seeing proof of concept with your paid ads just turns into choosing the best funnel to scale into, which we talked about in phase one, building all the infrastructure properly and iterating it until it's all within KPI. So that's like phase one and phase two, making sure that the lead quality is good enough on the front end, making sure the back end statistics are in check. So like everything with your sales team, making sure that the show rate doesn't plummet, the close rate doesn't plummet, etc. Continue iterating on the front end to get costs as low as possible while still maintaining good lead quality. So I'm going to dive into that a little bit. So essentially, like, let's say you get to the point where your ads are going decently, and it's like, you're at like a 2-to-1 ROAS, 2.5-to-1, and the infrastructure is all decent. Like, you check every point of the funnel. It's like, okay, my CPMs are decent, click-through rates are decent, my percentage of people who land on the page to booking a call and are qualified is decent. Like, the VSL is being consumed at a good rate, show rate's good, close rate's good, etc. And if you can keep all of that within KPI, usually the highest leverage thing is just trying to get your front end cost down. So like getting from like a $200 call to like a $140 call, and then bringing everything up within the funnel marginally. So it's like, okay, if I can get my cost per call down like 20%, and I can get my show rate up 5%, I can get my close rate up 3%, I can get my cash per call up 10%, and I can get, you kind of get the point I'm getting at, but it's like, usually the focus for us is getting the front end cost down and then just marginally pulling everything up, because it's like, you're probably not going to get your show rate up from like 40% to 80%. And you're probably not going to get your close rate up from 30% to 60%, but it's just marginal gains across the board over time. Like, it's just like the tortoise and the hare. Like, you just got to do a little bit. You got to do a little bit week on week, and you'll get it to the point where it's consistently more and more profitable. And then obviously while you're doing that, you just need to keep your eyes on all your statistics within the funnel and all your back-end statistics and get them back into KPI when needed. So what I mean by that is, like, just because you have a 50% show rate or a 60% show rate one week doesn't mean it's going to stay there forever. There might be little things that pop up where it's like, oh, we have to do this to get our show rate back up, or we have to, implement this into our process, et cetera, et cetera. So it's kind of just this game of like, first you're kind of like holding everything together, and then it becomes a game of like, okay, things are starting to stabilize out. I want to test on the front end. Just keep your eye on everything else within funnel and just marginally lift these stats up. So again, I know this all sounds easier said than done, but really you have to understand like what you're getting yourself into. And if I'm being honest with you, like it's not rocket science. Like I said, at this point, like we've helped so many offers scale with paid to the point where it's like I can kind of know initially, like on a sales call, is this something I even want to get involved in? If it's something I think I have potential with, like, and I'm confident in the offer, like I know it's literally just a matter of time. It's just a matter of iterating and get everything built out properly, testing on the front end, making sure everything works in the sales process, et cetera, et cetera. It's not rocket science. It's just like the first time you're doing it, it's definitely the hardest. And then from there, it gets easier and easier. So for step number 3, I just want to give like an end-to-end checklist of kind of like you just checking the boxes manually to make sure that there's no massive like thing that's just screwing your chances of being profitable over. So step number 1 is like offer positioning. Obviously we talked about this in phase 1. Number 2 is the front end messaging. So just is the messaging aligned to where it's going to attract someone that's actually financially qualified, or are you just preaching like this is the easiest and simplest, most brain dead way to make 10K a month, even if you have no money, no experience, no brain cells? Like that's not going to attract your ideal prospect more than likely. Step number 3 is like the landing page. So, just making sure that your headline is congruent with that ICP that you're driving in step number 2, and that you're split testing all these things, like just trying to get your CRO up here and there, VSL application, etc. We already kind of talked about like how to kind of just maximize your performance on those fronts. Confirmation page. So like we talked about phase 1, just making sure that that's being consumed properly, figuring out like kind of what you can take from the sales team's feedback and work back into confirmation page and even front end stuff. So like, for example, if, let's say you've been running paid for like a couple months and you constantly are just getting people who like have the same misconception, have the same objection, like go and take that, turn it into an FAQ video and put it on the confirmation page, and maybe work it into the Hammer Them ads, and maybe even work it into the VSL. It's just like this game of like just gradually making things better week over week, month over month. And then the pre-call process. So again, like I said, like we have best practices for show rate, close rate usually comes down to like the sales manager and just how well the salespeople are being kind of held to their standards, and just things like cash per call, like getting all your financing options in place. getting all your financing options in place, et cetera, et cetera. And then obviously just the sales team is kind of like a control variable, just because I'm assuming you're not changing closers all the time and changing setters all the time. So like your sales team can kind of be a control variable. Like obviously they're going to have good weeks, good months, bad months, et cetera, but they should ideally be within the same kind of ballpark, and they should be getting better month over month and getting more comfortable. But again, Leadify helps a ton here because you have real data. So like, for example, front-end messaging and everything that comes down to the sales team, like this is where Leadify really comes into play, because I'm able to see like, okay, are the leads coming through our funnel? Like, are they just really like financially unqualified leads? If yes, okay, I need to go back to step number 2 and kind of change the front end messaging. Or if like I go through a bunch of iterations of that and I still can't get it to where I have a bunch of financially qualified people coming through, maybe I even need to go back to step number 1 and change the offer positioning a little bit. Or I can figure out like, okay, these people coming through the funnel are financially qualified. It's just my sales team isn't closing them. So then I can actually figure out like where the bottlenecks are. Like, okay, is it just, we're not like our close rate just isn't where it needs to be, or just like our cash per call isn't where it needs to be, et cetera, et cetera. But it just gives you a lot of clarity when it comes to ads. I would say it's like, at this point for me personally, it's like a non-negotiable when it comes to running paid ads for a client. Like I need them to have Leadify. Okay, so step number 4 when it comes to seeing proof of concept with your paid ads is just to launch more ads. So if you're 100% sure that everything we talked about in this checklist is done at least decently and ideally like really well, and your front end numbers are decent, lead quality is decent, everyone's responsive, et cetera, you just have to understand a few principles. If all of that is kind of in check, you just have to understand a few key principles when it comes to getting to the point where you can actually scale. So this past winter, I learned how to ski. And when I learned how to ski, I understood that it's easier with more momentum. Like when you're going really slow, it's really hard to ski. But as you kind of pick up speed, even though it's scary, it becomes easier to ski. Same thing with running paid ads. The more momentum, aka spend you have, because you're buying data quicker, it essentially just makes it easier to scale. So what I mean by this is, when you go from the point where you're spending $500 a day and you're booking 3 to 5 calls a day, which means you have like 1 to 2 live calls a day, which means you have like 10 live calls a week. When you go to the point where you're getting like 10 calls booked a day and like 4 or 5 of those are live, it just gives you more data and you just work through the iteration process quicker. So essentially like that value of despair we were talking about, you can either speed through the value of despair by like picking up more momentum and spending more. Like obviously don't be reckless with it, but like if you see the signs to go, like go, or you can crawl through it and you can just spend $300 or $500 a day for like months when it could just take you weeks to get out of that value of despair. And the next principle I want to talk about is just kind of like a thought model around why you should be launching more ads. So if you were trying to sell a person through organic, would you want them to watch the same video like 10 times? Or would you want them to watch 10 different videos with completely unique messaging that are obviously still all around the same opportunity, but just hitting them from different angles? So obviously, like I think you and I can both agree, I would rather someone watch 10 different videos where I'm articulating the business model differently and I'm pitching it differently, rather than just beating them over the head with the same video 10 times. Same kind of idea when it comes to ads. Like I said, a lot of people will say like, oh yeah, I tried to run ads, but they tried like 3 creatives. And it's like, really? I don't have any ad accounts that have less than like 30 ads running. And like, obviously I'm not launching 30 ads from day one, but like I said, we're trying to like get out of that valley of despair as quick as possible. So like I said, the team that I'm just launching, like we just started launching with 10 ads. Like I followed the same process that I showed you guys above. But my very next step, like once we get to the point which we're at right now, where like we have proof of concept, like we're getting $100, $150 calls, lead quality is decent, like responsiveness is decent. We've already taken a few live calls. Like we've had like the majority of our prospects are responsive, et cetera, et cetera. To me, that's like the signal to like, okay, like push the spend a little bit. And what I'm going to do, like probably today or tomorrow, is just launch another batch of 10 ads, because I want to get to that point where we have like 30 to 40 ads running at a time. Because that's really what it takes to scale, especially with these new Facebook updates and all that. Like you need to have a lot of unique creative running. So my end game is to get to the point where I'm spending like $1,000 to $1,500 a day bare minimum, and have 20 to 30 ads running at a time, just because that's just like building up more momentum in the ad account. And if you're going to commit, like, you have to actually commit. This is a big thing that, like, if I'm being honest, like, a lot of people just are not in the position to run ads yet, like, just mentally and, like, financially, honestly. Like, you can't back off after you spend, like, $5,000 and you've been testing for, like, 10 days and you ran, like, 5 different ads. Like, you just can't go into it with that mindset. Like, if you're going to commit, like, you actually have to commit. Like I said, $20,000 to $30,000 is what I recommend over a month's time frame. You need to have all the ads done. You need to have all the infrastructure built out. Like, it's a good chunk of work. Like, I'm not going to downplay that. Like, it's definitely not something that you can just pick up in like a couple days and just launch ads. Like, for us, it probably takes 7 to 10 days to launch a new team. Like, from the time of the agreement being signed up to the point where we could launch ads, 7 to 10 days is probably the quickest for us. Like, realistically, it might be 2 weeks, give or take, when it comes to like hiring the sales team, doing all that. Like I said, throughout this whole video, I've kind of articulated how important it is to hire the right people and have the right people running your marketing. So if you'd like to work with me direct, I'm going to take this time to give you a direct CTA. If you would like to work directly with us or have us consult on your entire paid ads process, you can go ahead, click the link down below and book a call with me personally. But getting back to the point, if you're going to do this, like, you have to actually commit and you have to actually kind of like see this through. Because like we talked about at the very beginning of phase 1, it is important. Like, it is 100% a game changer for your business. If you can crack it, you just have to actually see it through. So step number 5, I just called it staying alive, because when you first launch, it usually goes one of 2 ways. So outcome number 1, and I would say this is usually for people who already have like good organic traction, they've already validated the offer, etc. It basically just hits right away. Like, from the beginning, like, messaging's dialed in, cost per call is decent, like, lead quality is decent, and you kind of just like skip through the hard part, or you get through it like really quick. Or scenario number 2, it might feel like you're in this weird like limbo phase. Like I said before, like, you might be at the point where like your lead quality is like super spotty, like you're paying like $200 to $300 a call, like your show rate's kind of bad, your close rate's kind of bad, like you're just barely like scraping by when it comes to being profitable. So like, the money's leaving your account, like, you definitely know that, but you're not getting a ton of volume. The leads you do get are kind of iffy. The feedback from your sales team is iffy. You get a close here and there. But here's the main way to think about this. Ads get easier as you go on because you buy more data, you condition your pixel properly, you have more context for your sales team, your prospects are seeing you more, and there's like this familiarity bias where it's like, oh, I've been seeing his ads for weeks, like, maybe I should look into this. And you get to test more and more creative, you have more and more ads running on the account. Whole point being is, like, it's easier 90 days in than it is on day 1. So it's literally all about just building everything right initially, like I gave you in that checklist, tweaking things within the funnel and the sales process as you go to keep them all within KPI, continuing to launch new ads, having your sales team being scrappy and resourceful just to close as much as they can, like liquidate downsells, all that kind of stuff. Like, it counts at this stage. And overall, just staying alive. And when you can finally get out of that value despair with at least a 2x, things get easier. And then you get to the point where you're scaling. So I'm going to talk about scaling paid ads in the next phase, phase number 3. So I'll see you over there. All right, guys, welcome to phase 3 of the free course, which is scaling your paid ads to 10K a day and beyond. So I've done other videos in my channel about scaling paid ads to 10K a day and beyond. The reason why I say 10K a day is because usually if you're spending $300K a month, you should be bringing back right around $1 million a month, which is obviously a big checkpoint for a lot of info businesses. But I want to do my best to kind of just be concise here, because at the end of the day, like, honestly, a lot of the principles that go into scaling are similar to the principles that we talked about in phase 2. So I'm just going to do my best to not be super redundant and kind of just get into what's different when it comes to reaching that threshold of spend where you go from like a couple $1,000s a day to like $5,000 to $10,000 a day. So principle number 1 is we are going to learn how to categorize data and essentially use that data to diagnose issues. So in phase 1 and phase 2, we talked all about like financially modeling and knowing your KPIs and keeping them within KPI and all that different stuff. But when you get to the point where you're scaling, it's really helpful to be able to like compartmentalize your entire sales process and customer journey, so that way you can kind of pinpoint what's going wrong within your approach and understand how to diagnose issues and basically how to respond to those issues. So like on the front end, you have the statistics that are kind of like on Facebook and within funnel. So it's like CPMs, click-through rates, lead quality, etc. Like those are all being driven by whatever's going on in Facebook, whether it's your targeting, ad creative, campaign structure, etc., etc. And then you have your within funnel stats, which is like your application to booking percentage, your VSL retention rate, cost per call, lead quality, etc. And then you have like your back end statistics, which is like your response rate, show rate, close rate, cash per call, what percentage of calls you cancel, etc. And with each of these problems and potential issues that could arise, you're gonna have different responses. So like if your front end stats go out of KPI, the responses could be testing new creatives, new messaging, new targeting. If your within funnel metrics go out of KPI, it could be a new VSL, new offer positioning, new front end messaging again, etc. And if your back end statistics go out of KPI, it could be like a new pre-call process that you're implementing. You're going to quality check your setter and closer scripts, and you're just going to keep reworking the front end. Obviously, this is just all you're doing as a marketer. Your sales manager might have different responses to these numbers. But either way, it's kind of just the entire principle of like understanding that your numbers have other sub-metrics underneath them. So what I mean by this is like you can't only look at cost per call and you can't only look at ROAS. Like you kind of have to understand how everything ebbs and flows together and understand how to attack each of these little metrics respectively. Principle number 2 that I want to get into is creative velocity, just because especially now with these new Facebook updates and just like what we're seeing in our best accounts is like our biggest accounts, we're testing like quite literally over 100 ads at a time. So ads are largely a creative game, and like we've talked about here, the messaging within the ads is so crucial. With that being said, here's basically what the process boils down to. So if I were to break it down to like a general process for you to follow, here's what it would be. So like let's say you launch ads and you test angle A. So if it works, and by works, I mean it attracts a high volume of financially qualified leads that are well framed. So there's a few different parts to that. A high volume, meaning that your cost per call or your cost per result is decent. The leads that they're driving are actually financially qualified, so they're capable of buying your program, and they're well framed. So you're kind of setting expectations right on the front end, like they understand the business, et cetera, et cetera. So ideally you want all 3 of those things from like an ideal lead. So if it works, you double down, and we'll talk about how to do this. You start testing more messaging adjacent to it. So what I mean by that is like maybe the hook in the ad that works really well is like, hey, if you don't want to be in the career that you're in long term and you want like a little escape plan, this business model could be that for you. And let's say that's the hook that you test and it works well. So the next hook that you test might be something like really similar to that. You just change the messaging up a little bit, but it's still like the same kind of idea. That's what I mean by like adjacent messaging. It's like taking what's already worked and kind of just iterating on it slightly. And then the next thing you could do is you continue testing completely unique messaging to find the next thing that's going to hit. So like, for example, you could have this verbiage about like getting out of your 9-to-5, but at the same time, the same offer could be positioned as like an investment to someone who's like looking to make an active investment. So it's like, point being is like, when you find something that works, obviously test messaging that's similar to it, but at the same time, you have to be testing messaging that's like completely unique, just because you might have diminishing returns on that one angle after certain points. So it's important to constantly have multiple balls up in the air and essentially like don't just go all in on one angle. You want to be testing other stuff, so that way when that one angle starts experiencing diminishing returns, you have other things that you've been testing and ideally are already starting to catch traction. But of course there's a scenario where you test angle A and it just doesn't work. So if it doesn't work, you don't just completely abandon that messaging unless it's like actually terrible messaging. Like I gave the example earlier where it's like, if you're looking for the easiest and simplest way to like make 10K a month online, if you have no money and no brain cells, like that's just terrible. Like just don't do that. But if it's messaging that could work and you think that it has potential, you don't just abandon it forever. You kind of just put it on the back burner and you pivot around it and keep testing more adjacent messaging until you find creatives that hit. So like, let's say you test an angle, it doesn't work. Maybe you just change a little bit of the verbiage so that way it sounds like it's being articulated now to a more financially qualified person. Or you change the verbiage a little bit so it's a little bit easier to understand. Like whatever it might be, if you have an angle that doesn't work, but it's like within KPI to an extent, and like the lead quality is okay, but it's just like not really where you want it to be, you have to understand that like a lot of messaging is like a very fine line. Like to me, there's a very fine line between messaging that actually attracts like this kind of scenario and messaging that doesn't. And it's honestly more subtle than you would think a lot of times. And then also, if it doesn't work, you continue testing different styles of ads. So like the composition, the editing, like how does the ad lay out sequence wise? Like does it start with just immediately hook, or do you start with multiple hooks, or do you start with social proof, or do you start with a screenshot? Like there's all different kinds of things that you can test in terms of the actual like making of the ad, if that makes sense. So like there's messaging, and then there's actually like what's going on within the ad visually and editing wise. And both of those I would say are important to test. Okay, so I'm going to give you guys a kind of generic breakdown of how I test. Again, everyone has like a different style of media buying. There's no one right way to do it, but this is kind of just like the general process I follow. So like I said, creative velocity, like we're constantly having our creators film new ads, ideally once a week, but for some of them who are more busy, maybe bi-weekly. So let's say the creator films a new batch of ads every week. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to test that batch of ads within a CBO. So Facebook is naturally going to bias the majority of that spend towards one or two creatives in that CBO. So if I upload 10 ads, like 80 or 90% of the spend is going to go on like one or two creatives. So if I let that campaign run for like 10 to 14 days, and the reason why I say 10 to 14 days is because you have to understand like the logistics of launching a new campaign. So like, for example, if I'm launching a new campaign at $1,000 a day and I launch it on the first of the month, realistically calls are going to start getting booked on the first, but the calls are going to occur on like the third or the fourth. And like realistically, you're probably not going to close like the very first people that book in from that ad. So maybe the first close doesn't come in until like the 5th or the 6th. And at that point, by the 5th or the 6th, that campaign has gone into a hole, aka like it's unprofitable by like $5,000 to $6,000. And you kind of get the point here. It's like you have to be a bit more patient with these campaigns just because of the natural sales cycle of info products, and like also the fact that, you know, you don't want to just kill campaigns too early. Like you want to let them run if they have traction in terms of front end statistics. So point I'm trying to make is like after 10 to 14 days, you'll have a decent pulse on whether or not that campaign worked or not. If that campaign is profitable, I'm going to deem the ad or ads that got the most spend within that CBO as like a winning ad. So I'm going to make a note to the client for the next batch that they're going to film to like basically just keep tabs like, okay, this is the creative that's working right now. Let's test some adjacent messaging, and also let's test some completely unique messaging like I just talked about. I might scale that original CBO depending on how profitable it is. And then basically like after that 10 to 14 day window, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull those creatives out of, I'm not going to pull them out of that CBO. I'm going to leave it running, but I'm basically going to keep tabs on the winning ads from that CBO. I'm going to add them into like a proven winner ABO that also gets a portion of spend. So essentially I'm not just putting all of my spend on these CBOs. I also have like a proven winner ABO that's running at the same time, where essentially every time I find a new winning ad, I'm going to add that into that creative. So over time, I just keep having all of these CBOs that are all kind of testing on their own. And then I have this one big proven winner with all of the winning ads with each, and I'm scaling that on its own. And like, obviously, all of these ads have diminishing returns at a certain point. Like some of these CBOs can run for months, some of them run for weeks. Same thing with each of the ads within the ABO, but that's kind of like my general process just to get like stable returns across the ad account. Because obviously like some people will just go like all in on one campaign and they'll just scale like one campaign to like 15K a day. That's just typically not the way I do it. I like to have a bit more stability and kind of mitigate risk across different campaigns. And we're going to talk about stuff like this in the very next step. But essentially, I would rather horizontally scale and have a couple eggs in a few different baskets. And obviously, like if I find a campaign that's like really crushing, I'm going to spend into it. Like I'm going to scale it pretty hard. But in general, like you'll never see an ad account I'm running that just has like one big campaign. I'm usually diversifying spend out across multiple campaigns. So either way, just to get into a super long tangent, you just rinse and repeat that process every week or every 2 weeks until you start to notice diminishing returns. So like I said, some campaigns will die after a few weeks. Some campaigns will die after a few months. And it's just like this game of constantly having new creatives to test. So that way, when your ads start to die out and you start to see ad fatigue, you have new ones to sub in, et cetera, et cetera. And that's kind of the process I follow at a high level. So first, you go full focus into one funnel, like we've talked about throughout this entire video. Get it all within KPI. Make sure it stays there while you get acquisition down as much as possible, like we talked about in phase number 2. And then once you've gotten one funnel to an 8 or 9 out of 10 and you're scaling it, it's time to adopt a multi-funnel approach. So like I just talked about, a lot of my approach about scaling ads is just diversifying risk and essentially just like getting it to where we're seeing good, stable returns, but we're also not going all in on one funnel and all in on one campaign. I would rather, get a 4x across the board and have it be a lot more safe and stable than get like a 5x but put all my eggs in one basket, if that makes sense. So in terms of giving you like a mental model of the way I think of an ad account is essentially you have X amount of spend per month, say it's 100K a month, and you want to allocate that spend in a way where you're getting the highest return across your portfolio while also diversifying your risk and kind of mitigating your downside. So each campaign is like an investment. And ultimately, the goal is to get the aggregate return of the portfolio as high as possible while minimizing downside risk. Like the same way that a hedge fund would operate. Like obviously, they're trying to get the returns as high as possible, but they're not just going and gambling on meme coins because they understand that there's downside as well. So obviously, going all in on one campaign or one funnel isn't as risky as going all in on meme coins, but you get the point I'm trying to make. So this makes for a big argument when it comes to diversifying spend across multiple funnels, and let's talk about why. So here's what you have to realize. Every funnel reaches a point of diminishing returns. It might be at 5K a day in spend. It might be at 10K a day in spend, 15K a day. But like at a certain point, you're going to reach diminishing returns. And at the end of the day, like diminishing returns are still returns. Like as long as you're still profitable, this isn't like a massive concern. But if you're really trying to maximize your returns, you might want to look into scaling to multiple funnels. So if you try and scale past this ceiling or this point where you get diminishing returns, oftentimes you're better off putting spend in other funnels. And as we've talked about before, every audience has a pocket of people that is more or less receptive to certain funnels. So like for example, there's a lot of people who just have too much resistance to like going through a call funnel. They just like don't want to speak to someone on the phone because they feel like they're going to be hard sold and they just like are uncomfortable with it, whatever. But like they would sure as hell like show up to a webinar and like watch from the other side of the laptop and just have like a less pressury kind of environment. Same thing with like a lot of people just don't have the time to show up to a webinar. So they would rather like go through a low ticket to high ticket funnel and just like sample what your company has to offer. And if they think it's helpful, they'll potentially book a call to go into coaching. The entire point is just like, if you have 100,000 people in your audience, let's say, there's going to be like 20,000 people who just don't want to go through your call funnel. And then there's going to be like 20,000 people who just don't want to show up to your webinar. So essentially, like by having different funnels, you essentially just have different entry points for all these people to enter your ecosystem depending on their preferences. And at a certain scale, it doesn't make sense to just have one entry point. It makes sense to have multiple entry points so that way you build this kind of like vortex of like you have some people coming in through your high ticket funnel, you have some people coming in through your low ticket funnel, you have some people coming in through your webinars, et cetera, and it just becomes like this big spider web. So let's talk about what this means tangibly. So let's say your ROAS on a call funnel is like a 3-to-1 and you're at 10K a day in spend. But when you try and spend 15K a day, it drops like a 2-to-1. But if you take that 35K a week or 5K a day and spend it on a weekly webinar, you bring back like 140K, which is a 4-to-1. So AKA, you just found a better place to allocate that spend. But when you try to push that spend on a webinar to the point where you're spending like 80K a week, you reach another ceiling on it because of diminishing returns. So you go and allocate the rest of your spend to a low ticket funnel. So the point is, it's safer and usually more beneficial to diversify your spend across different funnels. Like our biggest accounts, we have like 2 to 3 funnels running at a time. And if you can scale with a multi-funnel approach, you're bringing in more leads that will go and convert in other conversion mechanisms, which means more overall scale at a healthier and safer kind of approach. So like I said, you kind of build like this spider web where it's like you have people coming in through your low ticket funnel and they buy the low ticket product, but then they don't book a call right away to go to high ticket, but then they show up to a webinar and they buy on there. Or you have people who come in from your webinar and they don't buy on the webinar, but they see an ad for the call funnel later and they buy it then. Like you kind of get my point. But it's one of those things where it's like when you do it properly, it's just like rising tide lifts all ships because you are taking less risk by diversifying your spend across multiple funnels. You're still getting a really solid aggregate return if each of the funnels are dialed in respectively, but it should lift the performance of all of them together. Again, looking at it like a portfolio. So what this turns into tangibly is just like you dial in one funnel's infrastructure. So like let's say you do a webinar, you dial in the whole infrastructure. Like you build out the landing pages, you test everything to see what gets you the best sign up rate. And then you build out all the pre-webinar processes and you figure out what you need to do to get the highest show rate. And then you build out the webinar deck and you test stuff within the deck to see what gets you the highest conversion rate. You get the process. And then you spend into that funnel until you find like that point of diminishing returns. And again, this isn't going to be so like granular as like, oh, like when I get to 100K a month and spend on this funnel, it just goes like this. It's one of those things where it's like, you kind of track the numbers across the business for a few months. You're like, okay, like this funnel is kind of getting like burnt out, or, you know, we're seeing diminishing returns here. So let's launch another funnel and put some of the spend into that. And then you dial in the next funnel's infrastructure and you just repeat. Okay, so principle number 4 is accounting for sales cycles and look back windows. So I kind of touched on this in the last phase, but essentially like just this principle is important as you scale, because as you scale, your ROAS might drop. But with that being said, you have to kind of see the long game in this, in terms of like, if your ROAS goes from a 5-to-1 to like a 3-to-1, but you're netting more money every single month, like you go from a 5-to-1 on 100K a month where you're taking home 400K profit, but then you get it to a 3-to-1 when you're spending 300K a month, which means you're taking home 600K in profit. You kind of get the point. Like you're getting a smaller ROAS on a bigger pie, which means more dollars out every month. But some people get really caught up in the whole like, you know, 3x versus 5x logic. But either way, just because your ROAS is at like a 3-to-1 on a 30-day time frame, you leave it running and you continue to optimize just because of look back windows. So it's this whole principle where it's just like, okay, even if your ROAS isn't where you want it to be long term, but you're scaling and you're doing everything you can to kind of like optimize the infrastructure, and there's no real like massive issues. Like it's not like, you know, your setter just isn't calling any of your leads or anything like that. Like continue to scale just because of this 5th principle that I'm about to get to. But it's just because of look back windows. Like I said before, like if I spent 100K in October and it brought back 300, but I go back and look at those ads in December, maybe I brought back 450 if you look at like first click October ads. And then also you have to account for the sales cycle of a high ticket info product. So like we have customer journeys all the time, because you can see every single click in Hyros where like someone literally came into our ecosystem like 2 years ago and then bought today. And the whole point being is like you just have to have a long-term mindset when it comes to scaling, just because like you're playing a long game, and like there's going to be people who come from your ads today that buy in a year, and the only way you're going to make that sale a year from now is if you're still around and if you're still scaling. So point being is just like be more patient with everything as you scale. And also you can do your part in shortening sales cycles with new conversion mechanisms, retention marketing, etc. So like if you go from the point where you're just running a call funnel to where you're running like a call funnel, a webinar, and a low ticket funnel, that usually means that you're going to cut your sales process down, just because like think about it tangibly. If you're only running a call funnel, someone comes through your call funnel, they don't buy. For them to buy, they're going to have to go back through that call funnel at some point, which probably would happen, you know, for some leads. But if they come through your call funnel, don't buy, but then you have a webinar and you have a low ticket to high ticket, like it's essentially just building all these new pipelines for more revenue to come in, which is usually better for shortening sales cycles. And then obviously retention marketing is pretty self-explanatory. It's just like doing constant email marketing, pushing to live events, pushing to new offers, et cetera, et cetera. So the takeaway is that like ROAS is a lagging indicator. And in my opinion, you scale as hard as you can until you fall down to like a 2x or a 3x, and then you just optimize for profit after. So like obviously it's gonna be different from person to person, but if you're at the point where like you're spending 30K a month and you're trying to get to the point where you're spending 250, like you can't be so married to whatever ROAS you're getting when you're spending 30, because it's just a completely different ball game as you're scaling. Because at the end of the day, if you go from, like I said before, like a 5x at 30K a month to a 3x at 250, you're making way more money at 250, even though your ROAS is lower. And then principle number 5, which will kind of tie together what I was talking about nicely, is this whole like snowball effect and the idea of your ROAS compounding over time. So when you run a multi-funnel approach, and like I kind of described it before, it's almost like this big spider web. You're constantly scaling month over month. You start to have this effect where you have more and more people in your ecosystem that you haven't converted yet. So let's say like your first month of ads, you gain like 1,000 people on your email list. And I'm just saying email list as a like representation of people in your ecosystem who haven't bought from you yet. And then like a few months later, you have 10,000 people. And then a few months later, you have 100,000 people. There's a ton of profit left in this snowball, and it's just like compounding over time as it's going downhill. So there's tons of profit to be made in terms of just like getting your overall following and ecosystem bigger in terms of like volume of people, and then just running like big liquidation events, like big challenges, big webinars, etc., to kind of like chip off big pieces of the snowball. So, and like also like beyond, you know, running challenges, webinars, etc., like even just testing more messaging as people become more aware of who you are and what your offer is. Like you're going to be able to hit these people with new messaging, social proof, kind of like these more unconventional angles that are going to attract people. Because like, for example, a lot of your ads might be the standard, like, okay, if you want X result, or if you have X pain point, like here's this business model. But then like, as you build up this snowball, you kind of give yourself the ability to test like more new messaging, where it's like, it's stuff that you wouldn't necessarily test in the beginning, but you have more budget, you have more scale to test into, you need to launch more ads, etc. And that could be what helps you liquidate people within this snowball. So I'm kind of rambling a bit, but you get the point. Like, as you're scaling and you're on your way to your goals, whatever your goals are, $1 million a month, $500K a month, $2 million a month, whatever it may be, you have to understand this principle where it's like, if you're compounding your spend month over month, you're getting more eyeballs every single month, which just means you're giving yourself more people in your ecosystem that you can continue to just like pick off like one by one. And eventually that just leads to a lot of extra, you know, net profit at the bottom line of your business, even if you're not spending a ton more on ads. Because like, for example, and I promise I'm gonna stop rambling so much, but like I've seen clients where like they were spending a couple $100K a month, and then like for whatever reason, like they have something wrong with the offer and they completely dial back the spend. But like they'll go a few months with like pretty stable revenue, even though they're not spending more money on ads, just because of how many people were in this snowball. So you kind of get the point I'm trying to make. It's like growing the snowball month over month is essentially just growing your potential customer base. That's probably a way easier way to say it. But also this other principle too, where it's just like when you have more people being brought into your ecosystem, and this is especially prevalent today, just because of how much nurturing people need, just because of how low trust is when it comes to info products. You kind of need to warm people up more than you did in the past. So when you hit people dozens of times over with new creatives, over weeks and months of time, to new conversion mechanisms, like all the stuff we've been talking about in this phase, with new messaging that kind of just hits them from different angles, that's often what you need to make a large percentage of people convert. So you make it through the valley of despair, like we talked about in step number 2, to the point where you can actually see this happen, to where like you have prospects that are telling you like, yeah, I've been seeing your ads for months, or I like feel like I can't escape your ads. Like that's what you want, because you've completely broken out of that entire valley of despair to the point where you're scaling a lot easier in phase number 3. So I hope this video is valuable for you guys, but obviously there was a lot that went into this video, and you still might be a little bit overwhelmed. You still might be a little bit unsure of if you can actually get results for yourself or for your client's info product. And with that being said, this is where I'm going to shamelessly pitch you, because if you've made it to this point in this video, obviously you found it valuable to some extent, or you're just really bored. All you have to do is click the link down below this video. You'll land on a page that looks something like this, and you can just apply to work with us. You'll be speaking with me directly, and I look forward to seeing that application come through. But whether your application comes through or it never does, I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope you got some value out of it, and I'll see you in the next one.